よいしょ。始まったかな。始まってるかな。始まったちょっと待ってね。始まったかな始まったかな始まったよねというわけでございまして、はい、というわけで、どうも皆さん、竜巻に飲み込まれたレジ袋のギロ系 VTuber の福霊ゆくと申します。というわけでございまして、ザ・スタンリー・パラブル、やっていきたいと思います。はい、というわけでございましてね、はい、待機ありがとうございますっていうわけでございまして、いやーね、そう、夏にやろうと思っていたゲームのうちの一つ、ザ・スタンリー・パラブルというございましてね。まあ、どうやら、なんかちょっとね、そう、映るかなって思って、ちょっとやってみたんですけど、どうやら、もう、アプリっていうか、ゲームを起動した瞬間からなんかちょっと始まるタイプなのかなって感じがしたんでね。そう、ちょっと、今日はゲームをもう起動したままから、起動した最初の画面からやっていきたいと思います。というわけで。ゆうとさんこんばんは。はちみつもゆっくりしてってください。というわけでございましてね。まあ、何やらね、なんかナレーションが、なんか、まあ、こっち行け、あっち行けって指示してくれるっていうゲームらしいんですけど、まあ、当然そんなゲームだったらお約束。はい、もう反抗ができると。反抗ができるというわけなんでね。いやー、まあ、とはいえ、まあ、そんなね、抗いまくっててもしょうがないんで、まあ、とりあえず一旦ね、ある程度従いつつ、いやでもお前それ違うやろってなったら、まあちょっとね、反抗するみたいな感じでね、やっていこうかなと思っております。ちょっと待ってね。ちょっと待ってね。ちょっと待ってね。ちょっちゅ待ってね。違う、オッケー。よいしょ。さあ、というわけで、こんな感じでやっていきましょうかね。よいしょ。さあ、というわけで、日本語。前にザ・スタンリー・パラブルをプレイしたことがありますか？ありません。パソコンがギリギリ見えるくらいまでスライダーを調節してください。ちょっと待って。一瞬待ってて。よいしょ。ただいま、戻ってこれたかな？大丈夫かな？戻ってこれたかなこれ。誰かコメントちょうだい。誰かコメントちょうだい。までやっていきましょうか。ちょっとね、あれを、映像の解像度をちょっと上げてきました。さあ、ギリギリ見えるくらいまでってどんぐらい？ギリギリ見えるってなんか、低くしすぎたらなんか起きそうだから嫌なんだけど。戻ってこれてるな。どの程度だろう。ギリギリ見えるぐらいまででしょ。まあいいや、半分ぐらいでいっか。とりあえず。OK、じゃあやっていきましょう。全然持ってこれて。現在の時刻を入力してください。OK。PM の8時の30分。よいしょ。ほい。ほい。アクセビリティ設定はメインメニューからアクセスできます。アクセシビリティってなんだ？まあいいや。さあ、というわけでやっていきましょうか。始まった。プレイ中。セッティング。ゲームの音入ってなかったわ。どう？なんかうるさかったら言ってね。ちょっと待ってね。オーディオ、効果音。うるさくない？大丈夫？まあ一旦これでやってみるべ。一旦これでやってみて、うるさかったらみんななんか言ってください。というわけで、ゲーム始めていきましょう。おい。
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
ちょっと大きそうだな。
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to
こ
push,
れいいか。
how long to push them, and in what
あ、
order.
ごめんな、話聞いて
This
な
is
かっ
what
た。
employee 427
これちょっと待って
did every
ちょっと待って
day of every
あ、まあいいや。
month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every
サ
moment
ンディは
of
指令が入るだけ楽しんでいました。この仕事を
though
する
he
ため
had
に
been
は
made exactly.
ごめん、ちょっと一回待って。ちょっと待って、話聞いてなかった。さすがに。ちょっと最初からやろう。全然音量設定で全然
This is the
見て
story
なかっ
of
た。
a man named Stanley.
はいはいはい、スタンリーという男の物語。
Stanley worked for
ス
a
タンリーは大
company
き
in
な
a
ビル
big
の
building
会社
where
で
he was
従業員番号
employee number
427として働いていました。
Employee number 427's job was simple.
従業員一人一人に一部屋与えられるの？何その紙みたいな。
And he pushed buttons on the
ク
key.
ソでかそう。
Orders came to him
指令
through a
は机の
monitor
モニター
on
を
his
通してきました。
desk, telling him what
どのボタ
buttons
ンを
to
どれくらい
push,
押す
how
長
long
さ
to
を押す
push
が。
them,
へ
and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day,
何ヶ月も何
every
年も
month,
この作業を日々繰り返していました。
and although others
他の人た
might
ちに
have
とっては
considered
魂
it
が引き裂かれるようだったかもしれませ
Stanley
ん。
relished every
しかし、スタ
moment
ン
of
リー
the
は指令が入るたび楽しんでいました。
Though
ま
he
るで
had
この
been
仕事を
made
するために生まれて
exactly
きたか
for
のよう
this
に。
job.
絶対寝る。
Was happy.
絶対寝る俺。
And then one
俺
day
絶対寝
something
る
very
こんな。
peculiar happened.
じゃある日、
Something
はいはい
that
は
would
い
forever
永遠に
change
変えてしまうような
Stanley.
ないか。これちょっとあれだ
Something
な。
he
目
would
離せへ
never
んの。
quite forget.
コメント読めねえ。
He had been at his desk for
時
nearly
間
an
近く
hour
デスクに向かっ
when
て
he
いたのに
realized that
モニター
not
が一つも
one
指令
single
が
order
おっ
had
と
arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
はいはいはい
No one had showed up
指
to
令
give
を
him
出す人も会議を
instructions,
開く
call
人
a
も挨
meeting,
拶をする
or even say
会社の中から
hi.
人が
Never in all his
え
years at the company
休
had
日
this
休
happened.
日に来ちゃっ
This
たんじゃない
complete
間違えて
isolation. Something was very
明らかに
clearly
何か変
wrong.
だ
Shocked,
ショッ
frozen
クで固まった
solid,
スタンリーは長いこと
Stanley
身動
found
きが取れな
himself
くなってい
unable
ま
to
した
move for the longest
て
time.
か
But
日
as
本
he
語で
came to
喋っ
his
てくれ
wits
ないん
and
だ
regained his senses,
はい、落ち着きを
he
取り
got
戻
up
す
from
デ
his
スクを
desk
離れ
and
彼の
stepped
部屋
out
を
of
出て
his
行きました。
office.
もうここ、早い早い、ちょっと待って、早い早い早い早い。早い早い。感度がえっぐい。感度えっぐいんだけど。ちょっと待ってね、コメントをね、見れるようにしたいんだ。よいしょ。はい。OK。で、なんだっけ、部屋から出てきましたっけ？なんかできないのかな？すごい。急に人は止まれないってやつか。なんかあるんじゃないこの中。なんかね、左クリックするとね、キーボードを打つような音が聞こえるんだね。右クリックはちょっとね、感度がね、早すぎる、マジで。右クリックはひたすら進む。ちょっとね、感度がね、高すぎてね、ちょっとやばいかもしんない。
All of his co-workers were
彼の同僚
gone.
たちは全員いなく
What
な
could
っ
it
し
mean?
まった。
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
返して返してでもね、そう。はちょっと待って。
Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
スタンリー
What
は
if
単
he
純に
had
プレッ
to
シャ
make a
ーに
decision? What if a crucial
ちょっ
outcome
と
fell under his
字幕
responsibility?
どっか行って
He had never been trained
ごめん
for
ごめんごめん
that.
ちょ
No.
っと待って
This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait.
待つこと
Nothing will hurt
でも
me.
傷つけない
Nothing will break me.
私を壊す
In
ね
here I can be
幸せに
happy
なれる永遠に
forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no
出
longer
して
had
く
the
れ
ability to tell.
出してく
But the
れ
one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he
何
waited long
何
enough, the answers would
ちょ
come.
わかんない
Eventually,
なんかないのか
someday,
な
they would arrive. Soon, very soon now,
ちょっと待って、
this will end. He will be
字幕
spoken
全然
to.
見てない。
He will be told
彼は
what
何す
to
べきか
do.
教えてくれるでしょ。
Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it
ほら、来ま
comes.
すよ。はい。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to
戻っ
the
てきたっ
meeting
てこと？
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
彼は伝言を見落とした。会議室ってどこ？あ、すごい、コピー機。しゃがめる。しゃがめるんだけど。すげえ。
No matter how hard Stanley looked,
同
he
僚たちの
couldn't
痕
find a
跡は見つか
trace
り
of his
もうちょっ
co-workers.
と探せば出てくるってこと？ちなみにじゃあ。ごめん。ごめん、なんか切っちゃった。ごめん。明日も作業しようかなと思って、でもパソコンの電源落とすのめんどくさくてってなって、残してたのかな。ごめんね。特になんか、
Stanley went around touching
あらゆ
every
るもの
little
を触
thing
っ
in
て
the
回りまし
office,
た。
but it didn't make a
で
single
も少しも変わらないし、
difference.
決して
Nor
物
did
語
it
は進
advance
展
the
しません。
story
絶
in
対
any
進展す
way.
るやつやんけ。なんだろう。
Oh, please.
ちょっと本
Are
当
you
に実
really
績のため
just
だけ
doing
ど。
this for the achievement? Click a door 5
door
times. Is
5回クリッ
that
クする。
all
ど
that
れ
you
だけ
think
で
an achievement is
実績
worth?
の価値があると。
I
めっちゃ
can't
切れ
just
てる。
give these
めっちゃ
merits
切れ
away
て
for
る。
such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort in a noble cause.
切れてる。
Perhaps 50 clicks will do.
50クリック。オッ
almost
ケーオッケーオッケ
certainly
ー。
50 clicks.
これ多分話し終わってからアクションしないと多分あれなんだろう。判定ないんだろうな。すごい、もう。
No, I'm still
誰
not
だ
feeling
ま
that.
だそんな
I
気分
want
で
this
ね。私
achievement
は
to
こ
have
の
meant
実績を
something.
何
It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417って何417ってずっと430をノックしてればなんか起きんのかな。じゃあ早速ナレーター切れてんだけど面白すぎだろ。これ以上は何も起きないんかな。もうちょっと連打してみるか。ダメだ。もう何も起きないかな。ワンチャンあれかな。100回ぐらいやればワンチャン来んのかな。なんかやばい。しょっぱなからナレーター無事ゲーさせてる。人を怒らせる天才かもしれない。すごい。何も見えないじゃん。ここはなんかなさそう。でもさっきさ、なんで急に俺自分の部屋に戻されたんだろうね。これはなんか開かれてる。ごめん。来ちゃった。なんか読めないのかな、パソコンの。なんか書いてある。どれ？ネーム？アクセス。ごめん、よくわかんないわ。ごめん。まあ、節電。なんか封筒あるやんけ。封筒あるやん。なんかしゃがむってことはさ、しゃがめるってことは何かしらあれだよね。しゃがんで何かを探すって。何これ？アワイティングインプット。特になんかこっち側なんかいけないな。ドアひたすらどこにも行けないんだけど。いいや。こんにちは、ヤホーよくしてってね、今日はザ・スタンリー・パラブルっていうゲームをやっています。開始10分ぐらいでナレーターを切れさせました。なんだっけ 417をノックしろみたいな風に言ってなかったっけ、そういえばさっき。
Oh, great.
素晴らしい。
Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437。でもこれ多分覚えてねえよ。 437でしょ。437って、こっちか。あ、違う。あれからもう、上行かないとダメなのかな。あの、437ってこの辺あるよね。この辺じゃね ?43。あったったったったったった。
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
切れてない？大丈夫。415ね。はい、415、415。はいはい。なんかナレーター切れてない？大丈夫？1、2、3、4、5。はい。
Now back to door number 437.
437。437ね。オッケーオッケー。急になんかお化け出てきたりしないの？
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
めっちゃ切れてる。めっちゃ切れてる。
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419。これか。ほい。乗れない。
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all
全
on the
力で
line,
ます、サンデ
Stanley.
ィ。
I
そう、
like
大好き
that.
ですよ。
All right,
大丈
let's
夫。続
keep
き
it
の。
up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
切れてる。めっちゃ切れてる。
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
なんか、切れてない？大丈夫？もう切れてる。
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
1、2、3、4、5。
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow.
あ、なんか実績解除した。
Oh, you really earned
君は
it,
実によくやったやつ。
Nothing could hold you
もう
back.
誰もあな
Yes,
た。
I'm very
はいはいはい
proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now? What were you thinking?
ナレーターが切れた。ナレーターが切れてる。ブチ切れてんだけど、ナレーター。
When Stanley came
スタ
to
ン
a
リーの
set
前
of
に
two
2つの
open
開いた
doors,
ドアが
he entered the door on
左
his
側のドア
left.
に入りました。もうちょっとなんか探索してこうよ。ねえねえ。なんか、ジャンプボタンがないんだよな。コントロールとか、セッティングでなんか書いてないかな。今後字幕をオンにします。コントローラーでできんのマジで。まあいいや。あ、ジャンプある。スペースか。でもまだジャンプはできなさそう。You can't jump。あ、お前ジャンプできねえよって言われてんだ。あ、ドアクリックできない。すげえ。ジャンプっていうコマンドがあるからジャンプしようと思って。まあ一回、さっき切れさせちゃったし、左側行くか。なんか手がかりになるものとかないかね。こんな部屋にも入れないもんね。あ、会議室だ。
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
上の階。Do not alter without まあ、英語読めねえ。結局読めたとしてもさ、意味がわかんねえから意味ねえんだよな。なんか、あれなのかな。You must of all。誰かがキーボード触ってる？これ自動でなってんのかな？なんか自動で、あれなのかな？あ、そうだ、俺ジャンプできねえんだ。ジャンプっていうキーがあるからジャンプしようと思ってスペースをしたのに、ジャンプできやんの意味わからん。なんかないかな。なんか持てたりとかしないんだね。てか、このプロジェクター一体何と繋がってんだ？まあいいや。これは何だろう？どういうこと？わかんない。出た、トゥードゥリスト。あ、しまった。返してー。 返して戻りたい何これブロームクローゼット。あ、クローゼットか。
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
なんかあるってことじゃん。じゃあなんかないの？
There was nothing here.
ここは何もありませんで
No
した。
choice
選
to
択
make,
するものもない
no
し、
path
進む
to
道もない。
follow,
ただ空っ
just
ぽの
an
置
empty
物。
broom closet. No reason to still be here.
よし。よし。いや、まだなんかあるかもしんないじゃん。君がそう言うってことは
It
さ、
was
なんかあるじゃ
baffling
ん。
that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything.
彼は全
At
く何
least
も
if
してい
there
な
was
いんで
something
す。
to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there
全
doing
く何もしてい
sweet
ない。
FA.
ああ、その通りだ。でもなんかあるってことじゃないの？こうやってオブジェクトがあるってことはさ、何かしらさ、ね、起きるってわけじゃん。ほら、ドアも
Are
開
you,
けられるし
are。you really still in the broom closet?
まず
Standing
ま
around
ず
doing
また切れ
nothing?
る。
Why?
いや、立って、いや、ぼんやり立ってるわけじゃないじゃん。だってなんかあるかもしんないってさ、ほら、ここ下にさ、なんかエロ本とかあるかもしんないじゃん。ほら、ほうきもあるしさ。あ、ほらほら、
You
なんか
do
掃除用具
realize
もある
there's no
し。
choice or
ここに
anything in
選
here,
択肢も。
right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story
だんだん切れてくるの面
whatsoever.
白いな。
I never would have thought to mention it.
でもなんか君が言うってことはさ、ゲーム上こうやってさ、何かあるってことじゃん。
Maybe to you this is somehow
何か
its own
独自の分岐点なのかも
branch
しれません。
Maybe
あなたがこ
when
の
you
ことに
go
ついて
talk
友
about
達と
this
話して
with
いる
your
とき、こう
friends,
いう
you'll
かもしれ
say,
ません。
"Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
ガチギレ。
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really
Hi, hi.
stupid. He probably only got the job because of a
家族の
family
これで。
connection. That's how stupid he is.
でも
That all
見た
with
感
drug
じ
money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
あることないこと言ってね、大丈夫。慣れた切れすぎて、
Well,
ある
I've
こと
come
ない
to
こ
a
と言
very
って罵
definite
倒してない。
conclusion about what's going on right now.
はい。
You're dead.
あ、俺は死ん
You
だ。
got
は
to
い。
this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical
ある
malady
種の
of some
身体的
sort
障害があな
shut
たの
down
中
your
枢
central
神経を
nervous
停止
system
し、
and you
キー
collapsed
ボード
on
の
the
上で
keyboard.
崩れ落ちたのです。
Well, in a situation
まあ
like
こういう
this,
場合
the
は近くにいる
responsible
人
thing
に
is
知
to
らせる
alert
責任
someone
があるし。
nearby so as to
そうすればあなた
ensure
の
that your
体が
body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
物置で乗ってないやねん。
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is
バ
not
チ
lost
ボコ
on
に
them.
切れるじゃん、こいつ。
All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
いや、まだ出ないよ。まだ出ない。いける。あ、同志さんいらっしゃい。ご教えてください。どうも。ザ・スタンディ・パラブルっていうね、まあ、ナレーターを切れさせるゲームですね。はい。まだあるっしょ。まだいける。まだ参る。まだ参る。ダメかな。一回閉めてみるか。ダメかな。もうこれ以上もうないか。切れて終わりか。
Ah, second player. Good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
もう一回戻ったやろ。
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
いや、まだ参るぞ。こいつ絞れるぞ、まだこいつ絞れるぞ。まだ絞れるぞ、こいつ。まだ絞れる。ダメか。あ、もうこれ以上はないのか。あなたもって。
Coming to a
階段が
staircase,
あった。上
Stanley
の階にある
walked
上司。
upstairs to his boss's office.
まあ、一回上行くか。まあ、ちょっと切れさせたし。 こっちはなんもないわ。随分となんか随分と下と違ってここは高級感あふれるんだね。すっごい。何これ。閉めちゃった。開いて。これは何？バスルーム。バスルーム。トイレか。そうだもんね。バスルームってトイレだもん。何これ。Because the boss knows the what the boss sauce goes。ごめん、わかんない。ごめん。英語はね、わからないんだ。これ窓ガラス割れたりしないか。なんか今触れたぞ。ワンチャントイレ開ける。ちょっとトイレの匂い嗅いでおくか。臭っ。トイレペーパーとか。特にできることないから。一回閉めてみるかな。
全部の分岐に声当ててるのか。
ねえ、関心だけど日本語じゃないから全然何言ってるか分かんない。字幕がなかったら全然分かんない。何これ。全然What's a boss crow？ どういうこと？分かんねえや。なんか、英語分かる人、誰か、しまった。自動ドアこのなりで自動ドアなの。すごいね。しまった。開いて。開かずの扉になった。何なんか触れたりしない？ダメか。特にないわ。怖っ。怖っ。怖っ。何あの絵。まあ。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
多分休日
Shocked,
休みの日に来ちゃったんじゃな
Stanley
いの？
wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
お酒もあるし、それを知る由もありませんでしたって。知らないんだったらあれじゃないの。2842。
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
じゃあなんだろう。2841。ダメか。
2845.
わかった。はい、2847と。はい。
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's
なんと
emergency
パネルの緊急
override
自
kicked
動
in,
開
and the door just opened all by itself.
強
And
制
Stanley
的に
got
滑
the
れ
hell
た。
along with the story.
そのモラテインのところに
Well,
自己
what
秒
did
落ちて
you
き
do?
ました。えらいこっちゃ。ちょっと待って。ここでさ、正しく貼ったら。なんかないか。すごい。こんな開く？こんな開かせる？開かせるんだったらもうちょっと詰めようよ。この間なんだよ。きしょいな。戻れないの？戻れないわ。ちょっと出してくださいよ。しょうがないな。
くせ者だな。
すごっ。
こんなガバガバセキュリティでいいのか。
確かに。なんだろうこれ。ちゃんと防音だね。ちゃんと防音の壁だ。ちゃんとね、ガラスウールかなんかがあって。 吸音材か遮音材があってみたいな。なんか上行けそうじゃね？なんか上行けそうじゃね？ワンチャンなんかつかめない？つかんだままなんかどっか行けたりとかしないか。まあ行くか。あ、落ちれない。クソ。なんだこれ。で、急にホラー映画始まるじゃん。ああ、下がってきます。ああ、下山います。ああ、ローディング。
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
そうなるのが続かないでしょう。じゃ、ほらな。
Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me.
さすがに嫌だってね。
Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office?
でもせっかくスタンリーからしてみれば、スタンリーからしてみれば、せっかく自由に動くことができるって思ったんだからさ、ね、せめてじゃあちょっとだけでもね、なんか自由に動きたいなと思ったんじゃない？スタンリーはきっと。もうちょっと探索してみようぜ。
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
あ、別の番号入力できる。じゃあちょっと待って、戻せない。例えばさ、585482。あ、ダメか。どっかになんかあるんじゃね？数字。絶対どっかにあるっしょ。結構見えねえ。結構暗くて見えねえ。どっかに数字あるんじゃね？どっかにあるんじゃない？これ。ダメか。ドアガチャしても特に意味はないか。なんか数字が隠されてたりとかしないかな、どっかに。まあ、いっか。まあ、いっか。ナレーションかわいそうだしな。戻るか。どっかに書いてないかな。4桁の数字で。なんかないかな。
さっき設定した時間とかは。
ああ、確かに。あ、ひらめいた。違うか。そしたら、違うか。違う。違うか。ダメだ。全然違うんだ。じゃあ来るまでのどっかでヒントがあったんだ、きっと。この辺とかで隠されてないかな。まあいいや、下がってあげるか。しょうがない。
Now he's getting back into the elevator.
また下に行くのですか。
Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all this?
まだ1往復じゃん。間違って押しちゃっただけじゃん。ねえ、本当に間違って押しちゃっただけじゃん。
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
ワンチャンここら辺、この上がってる最中にヒントがあったりとかするのかな。 なんか変わってないかな。なんか変わってないかな。え、何？
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything
あ
for
ー
me.
な
Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
はいはい。え、あはいはいはいはい。何々はいはいはい。ここでゲームやめたらどうなんだろう。
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait!
はいはい。
No! I need more time to process.
はい。いや、ちゃんとデバッグはしないとね、いけないよね、ちゃんと。
All right.
おお、はいは
I
い。
have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality.
スペースを設
As
けました。
before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
ほう。なんかスペースが用意されたみたいで。まあ、一旦ね。あ、違う違う。うんうんうん。違うか。あれかな、一回こっち行ってみるべ。ダメだわ。ダメだわ。新しいスペースを用意しましたって言ってたよね。なんかあったのかな。まあいいや。行くか。
Of course.
もちろん
Going back
エレベーター
down
で
the
下へ戻り
elevator.
ます。
How did I not anticipate it?
なぜ予
I
測
mean,
してなかった
sure,
んでしょう。
now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before.
以
I
前
had
にはな
no
かった。
frame of reference to even anticipate it.
お前さては何
Just
回も
how
繰り返してるな。
revelatory Stanley's decision-making is, a breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
もう一回上がってみるべ。まだ擦れるでしょ。ああ、もう擦れない？もしかして。
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a minute.
ああ、はいはい。
Don't you realize? It's the anticipation
ああ、は
stand.
い。はい。はい。
You
は
and
い。
I, we have no way of knowing what will
Hi.
be at the top of this
Hi,
elevator.
Serious
But the
one, hi, hi.
suspense, the agony of
Hi,
waiting
Maskurushi,
and
hi.
anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the
い
story?
や、君がこうやってリアクションしてくれるから、
Why
ね、面
aren't
白い
we
よ。
given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley.
い
I
や、
want
十
to
分
have to
驚いてる
think.
じゃん。
I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
あ、ダメだ。ドアへの判定がない。なにこれ。All eyes on live on stage. スタンリー。なにこれ。おー、すげえな。これか。さっき言ってた。新しい部屋を用意しましたよって。へえ。ワードピースベイビー。
Ah, yes. Here it is, just through this door.
こっち行けないの？こっち行けないの？こっち行けない？あ、こっちとかは？こっち、あ、行けないんだ。これ。ザ・ストーリーテラーズ。あ。あ、かっけえ。クリアリング。なんだこれ ?2 ステージ。ほう。行ってみるか。入ってみるか。
Alright, are you ready? I told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
ガンバックこれさ、日本語字幕作ってる人さ、才能ありすぎだろ、マジで。ガンバーって。で ?427。あ、これあれじゃないよ。俺のスタンディの番号じゃん、これ。すごい、もう何これ。この壁紙考えたやつ、センスなセンスなさすぎばらだ。よいしょ。座れねえじゃねえかよ。なこれ。スタンリー、ミーデッド、エイジ6。俺は、6歳で死にました？死にます？どっちだ？まあいいや。行くか。どういういいや。ここ作った人危なすぎだろ。大丈夫？建築のなんかに引っかからない？うわ、怖え。行くか。おお。うそ。あ、戻れない。うるさ。ちょっと待って。うるさすぎ。うるせえ、マジで。ガチでうるさい。ちょっと待ってね。うるさ。あー、やめて、モスキートやめて。ん？あ？え？あ、レッド、じゃあ6歳に死にましたって。
デドワ過去が立ちだね。
え
？All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
戻ってきた。
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
戻ってきた。戻ってきた。ちょっと待って、ゲームを戻すわ。そしたら。オリオ。なんかうるさかったりとかしない？うるさかったら言ってね。こんなことがあるんだね。すごいな。何あのリスト。あ、なんかあれ 4B3 になってる。番号じゃない。番号だけど。
When Stanley came to a set of two
左側行く
open
か。
doors, he entered the door on
まあ
his
一
left.
旦とりあえずクリアしてみるべ。 ちょいちょい寄り道しつつ。あ、この部屋とかにあるかな。この部屋とかにさ、ワンチャンなんか数字が隠されてる。でもなんで最初時間設定させられたんだろうね。あれ。お、なにこれ。わかんない。なんかどっかに書かれてないかな。まあ、いっか。行くか。行くぞー。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
一旦クリアするべや。はいはいはいはい。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
大丈夫でしょ、これ著作権引っかからない。はいはい、ニューエイジミュージック。新時代の音楽。
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
ああ、へえ、こんなってたんだ。あ、すごいだ。とちったらとちったで、あれなんだ、怒られるんだ。よいしょ。そうなんだ。とちったら怒られるんだね。いいじゃん。いいじゃん。円滑にストーリー進んでるって話じゃん。お前にとっちゃいい話じゃないのかな。まあ、行くか。
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
絶対やばいじゃん。これ。エスケープ。あ、じゃあエスケープ。
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
そうなんだ。
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
出口っていうからさ、一回外に出てさ。
Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
いやでもね、一回やっぱさ、ちゃんとさ、ね、外に出てさ、あれしないといけないじゃん。一回外出てさ、助けを呼ばないと。
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise,
やばあれ。
he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger
確実に人
picture. He
殺すためじゃ
doesn't
ん。
know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
あ、ザ・スタンリー・パラ
And
ブル。
yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
ほう。スタンリーのパソコン。オフィスレイアウト。あこんなの、この冒頭部分のテンポが自由で、廊下を動かしたり変更したりして、プレイヤーがいいタイミングで2つのドアへたどり着くようにしています。へえ。 あれ、どこだあ、これか。こっから先が、って話か。2つのドア。この2つというドアのセットがかなり初期の段階でザ・スタンリー・パラブルのデザインの具体的なもの一つとなりました。この部屋を作ることで、その延長線上に、こういうゲームの内容が現れ、この部屋がもたらす矛盾を探っていくことになりました。資料館みたいなの来たね。オフィス。
ナレーターをナレーションする人がいるのか。
ね。てかそう、女性の声になったよね、急に。ボタンの音。このゲームを通してボタンを押した時に使われたサウンドセレクションです。各サウンドはシンセサイザーの音色とキーボードのストロークをミックスして作られている。そうなんだ。これはオフィスのパソコン。サボってる。これ。つけられはしないと。あ、スタッフロー、クレジットだ。すげえ。オフィスの時計。ラウンジ。地下。これ。ナレーションアウトテイク。ナレーターの声を担当したケブン・ブレイティングは2年間のゲーム開発中、およそ3回に分けてゲーム全体のセリフを録音しました。これらは最終的に使用されなかった初期のテイクのからのリック。やっぱ結構な年月をかけて作られてんだね。フリーダムエンド。このゲームのアルファ版でのフリーダムエンドの最初の姿でした。じゃあなんかエンドもいっぱいあったんだ、一応。カウントダウンデスク。フリーダムエンド。これはベータ版にあったフリーダムエンドです。あれ見ていいやつ、これ。カウントダウン。あれこれって見て。エグジット。終わった。こっちか。
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
オフ。
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
終わったローリング。そうだね。どこかに見かけるシーンがあるかもね。ほい。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
リスター
Stanley
ト。
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
なんかなんか今日さ、そう、午後からさ、SAO やってたけどさ、インテグラルファクターやってたけど、なるほどね。こいつらにもやっぱ意志があるんだ。で、男性のナレーションおよび女性の女性の声のナレーションにもちゃんと意志というか、あれがあって、命みたいな、感情みたいなのがあって、なるほどね。おめえはこのゲームやるなってことね。オッケー、やるわ。
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
あれ右じゃなかったっけ？まあいいや。
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years
知っ
ago.
てんななんかアパレルっていうかあれかな、物を置いてる倉庫だったのか。怖くね老期に訴えられるとこんな。ここ行けるんだ。でも最初右じゃなかったっけ、左やっけ。まあいいや。
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot
出
here.
花をくじかれたかも
I'm
しれま
not
せん。
your enemy, really.
私はあなたの
I'm
敵ではないんです。
I
本当に違うん
realize
で
that
す。
investing in your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
彼女のため彼女のためってさ、あれじゃない、さっきのあれじゃね、ナレーションしてた女
This
性なん
is
じゃ
it,
ない。
Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
はいはい。
To put your work aside.
彼女はあな
To
たの
let
人生を
her
取り戻
back
す。
into your life. She's been waiting.
彼女は待っていますよ。こっち入れない。ダメだ。彼女でもさ、開くんだ一応。まあいいや。また暗い部屋だ。また暗い部屋だ。
That's her, Stanley.
彼女ですよ、ス
You
タン。
need to be the one to do this.
あなたが
To
彼女に
reach
調査
out
し
to
てくる必要があ
her.
るのです。
If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
まあ。出れた。なんか綺麗。
Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just
あれ
putting the bread
動けない。
in the oven. All right. Okay, there we
これで
go.
よし。
All right, now I want you to come in and tell me all about your
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving
いや、
life?
全然そんなこと思
They
ってなか
want
った
to
っ
commit
す。
their life to you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley.
はい。
I'm trying to get you to see something.
見せても。
Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
強制連行です。でもあれなんだ
This
ね。
is a
男
very
性なの
sad
に、
story
マネキン
about
の
the
モデルは
death
女性
of
な
a
んだ
man
ね。
named Stanley.
おはようございます、従業員。Please F off your keyboard. やだ。やだ。やだ。やだ。やだ。I Y T H J K L M スペースエンターX C V B 進まんか、さすがに。ダメダメねえ。てか、お前なんであれなの、男の声なのになんで女性のマネキンなのね。ねえねえ、なんでなんで、ねえ、なんでどうしてなぜしょうがないな、F キー。
Stanley is quite a boring fellow.
彼
He
は
has
全
a
く何
job
も
that
求められ
demands
てない
nothing
仕
of
事をし
him,
て、
and every
彼
button
が
that
押
he
す全ての
pushes
ボタンは
is
彼
a
の存
reminder
在
of
自
the
体がどうでもいいものであるということ
inconsequential
を思い
nature
起
of
こ
his
します。
existence.
C を押してください。A C。
Look at him there,
なぜ言わ
pushing
れた通り
buttons,
ボタンを押してい
doing
る彼を見てく
exactly
ださ
what
い。
he's told to do.
はい。
Now he's pushing a button.
今彼はボタンを押していま
Now
す。今
he's
ランチを
eating
食べてい
lunch.
ます。
Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even
登
feel
場再生
sorry
かも
for
しれま
him,
せん。しかしこ
except
れは
that
彼
he's
の選んだ
chosen
人
this
生なの
life.
です。コントロール Z。ダメか。R を押してください。はい。
But in his mind, in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown.
デスクの後ろから
Fantastic discoveries of new
ファンタスティック
lands.
ディスカバリー。なんで
It
こんな
was
風なんだ。
wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen
知らせ
to
るので
him.
した。テレビを見るために O を押してください。L I K O よ
And
し。
so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day, while
テレ
at
ビ見れない
work,
じゃん。
he stepped up from his desk to
テレ
realize
ビ
that
は
all of his co-workers,
テレビ
his
は
boss, everyone in the building had
テレ
suddenly
ビ見せて
vanished
よ。
off the face of the earth. The thought excited him
ああ、
terribly.
興奮したんだ、そうなんだ。少年たちと過ごすためってどういうこと
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
夕食の準備をするために死をしてください。はい。
As he wandered through this fantasy
Hey.
world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls.
あ、ちょっとネタ
Down
バレされ
another
てね
was a。yellow line with read
あ、なんかネタバレされてね。
and down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
ああ。なんかネタバレされてない？Okay.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be?
最初の
Perhaps if he
部屋に
played
戻って
just
んじゃな
one
い？
more time.
あなたの妻に愛を伝えるために Z を押してください。はい。
But there is no answer.
あ、
How
あ
could
れ？
there possibly be?
戻って
In
る。
reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
寝るために X を押してください。はい。
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
で、あれなんだ。ホラーをしたでしょみたいな。彼は命令に背くことができないんですみたいなこと言い始めるんでしょ、どうせ。押し
You
ま
see?
す。
Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
何も質問しないために X をしてください。
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a
死
button.
んでください。
And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a
すごい
button.
直接的だね。
And I tried.
あ。え？死んだ？あ、また戻ってきた。あ、DIT の方、石田瓜生さんかな？いらっしゃい、行くしてってください。どうも。今日はね、YouTube の方で、ザ・スタンリー、パラブルっていうゲームをやっております。よかったら見に来てください。
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
Oh.
If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
いや、誰も追いかけに来てないけど。誰も追いかけに来てないけど。鏡とか見ればわかるのかな？ここら辺鏡ないからな。それは時間の問題でしょってどういうこと？
When Stanley came to a set of two open
左側の
doors,
ドア。
he entered the door on his left.
はい。ああ、左か。さっき間違え
Yet
て
there
右
was
に入っ
not
ち
a
ゃったんだ。
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
はいはいはい。はい、で、上ね。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
誰だ、一回話聞いてあげないとすねるから一回聞いてあげよう。こっちってさ、何の部屋なんだろう？ちょっと入ってみるか。すごいなんかあれだよね。ひどい絵だよ。とんでもない絵だよね。でも何をもってこんなの会社に置こうと思うんだろうね。これはあおあ、失礼します。 ああ、すごい。ああ、やばい。著作権引っかかんないよね。大丈夫だよね。あ、ついた。流れるだけかい。流れるだけかい、音楽が。
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad, Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
あれ？あ、何回も世界やり直してるのバレてる？もしかしてこれ。はい。あ、思った。ここでさ、上押したらどうなるんだろうね。もうさすがにあれだわ。バレてるか。バレてるわ。おい、危ないね。なるほど。
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
いいね、時短ができていいね。はいはい。で、はい。これは？あ、なんか書いてある。え？あ、落ちれる。
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome.
確かに。
You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go.
こちらです。
New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending. If that enhances your perception of the value of these updates, isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are.
配信してるけどね。
We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
まんますぎない？
Good job, you did it.
Good job.
3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier. Chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Good job, you did it. あ、本当にあれエンドなんだ。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
さ
missed a
っきの
memo.
さ、なんか後ろに誰かいるかもしれないって言ったら、あれ、隠し演出なのかな？ワンチャン。ワンチャンあれ隠し演出説ないワンチャン。
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
はいはいはい。またあそこさ、スキッ
Yet
プして
there
くれ
was
るの
not
か
a
な？
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
早っ
Here's the door, just go.
もう慣れて。ワンチャンさ、これさ、上行けない？ あ、上行けない。ダメだ。つまんないの。そうなの。あ、もうあれだ。あそこはもう、じゃあやり尽くしたってことかな。きっと。多分。
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
はい、まっすぐに歩きました。歩いてますよ。歩いてます。でもこの後なんか指示飛んでくるわけじゃないからね。別に。まあ、押せってことなんだろうけど。はい。
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
ああ、そこ
What
気になる
horrible
な。
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
おう。それだけの力があったでしょうか。踊ります。踊ります。戻してー。戻してー。ダメでーす。しょうがない、行くか。いやでもいいな、こういうのかっこいいよね。あ、なんかあそこに階段ある。なんかあれから眺められるのかな。これは何なんだろう。ここまた落ちれるじゃん。ああ、ここまた落ちれるよ。
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the
304
number
番
of
が
an
いい。
employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
528がなんか様子おかしかったぞ、今。528。ほらほらほら。なんかおかしい。528だけ。528だけなんかおかしいぞ。あ、いくつかなんか、いなくなってるやつがいる。ちなみにわしはわしのあれは200何番だっけ220何歩だっけ。ほらなんか行かれてるもん、あいつだけ。528ね。覚えてたらちょっとあれだわ、ちょっかいかけに行こう。でこれは
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe it couldn't be true.
まあまあ確かにね、
Had
こんな施
Stanley
設がある
really
と
been
思
under
えないもんね。
someone's control all this time? Was this the
まあ
only
まさに
reason
お
he
前に
was
コント
happy
ロール
with
され
his
てるけど
boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
でも今はお前にコントロールされてるけどね。
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
うわーなんかこの辺隠し要素ありそう。ここはうわーなんかありそう。ちょっと待ってね。もうちょっと探索させてよ。でもこれ誰が誰を何をしてるか分かんないよね。なんかあんのかな。こっち側はああ、でもこいつらもなんかあれだよね。おかしい。何これ 3？ ああ 3。ああ、さっきのあれか。で、あそこの3ね。走れないんだよな。4のスイッチがどっかにあるんじゃないの？あった。違う、あれ5だ。4のスイッチどっかにないかな。4のスイッチ。4のスイッチは、ああ、出れない。 2、3。4のスイッチどっかいないかな。あ、あれ、そうじゃね？あれも入れない。あれいくつだろう。ああ、上登れる。4のスイッチなくね？ 4 のスイッチないな。まあいいや、行くか。マインドコントロールアイディル
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
はいはい。
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Oh!
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going.
今のうちに4のスイッチどこにあるか探しておきたい。あ、ここ全然何も意味なかったんだ。
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why do you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? One soul? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley.
あ、ごめん、さっきからね、ちょっとね、探索に、あ、あるあるあるある。
It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
あ、ごめん、黙ってて。
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first. So you.
あ、なにこれ? Goodbye.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully?
あ、やめてよよよよよよ。
Make
あ、
it
やめてやめてやめて。
or don't.
あ
It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
死んだ。あ、また始まった。はいはい。
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his
バカ落ち
coworkers.
ってわけ
He
ね。
never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of total solitude was
あ、
terrifying
変
to
わ
him.
ってる。
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
結構あれだね。セーフにレパートリーがあるんだね。彼は何もできませんとか
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
なるほどね
Coming。to a staircase, Stanley walked
じゃあ
upstairs
同僚
to
はあれ
his
なんだ。
boss's
スタンリーを
office.
逃がしてあげようとしてあげてたんだね。で、それをいいと思わなかったこのナレーターが、その同
Here's
僚
the
たちを
door, just go.
消したのか。お前何しとんねん。最低やな。いいね。結構いろんなところで分岐が分かれる。楽しい。よいしょ。
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
Escape.
Control Facility.
ここもさ、ワンチャンなんかカットされんのかな。カットされないっぽいな。ほい。
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
でも道中にあったっけな、あの部屋。52528だっけ ?582 だ
Now
っ
the
け
monitors jumped to life. Their true nature
528 か。
Each
こ
bore
こにい
the
るやつが
number
確
of
か
an
行かれてったんよ
employee
ね
in the。
ほらほら
building.
ほらほら。
Stanley's
528 だ。
coworkers.
528見
The
に行った。
lives
ちょっ
of
と
so
メモっ
many
とこ
individuals reduced to images on a
お
screen.
前どうせ
And
喋ってること同
Stanley,
じ
one
だ
of
ろ。
them, eternally monitored in this
違う
place
528だ。
where freedom meant
528。
nothing.
ちょっとメモっとこう。よいしょ。よいしょ。ほら、なんか行かれてるもん。あ、でも、他にもちょくちょく行かれてるやつがいるな。028か。02ってか、そう。いなくなってるやつもいいんだよね。いなくなってるやつもいるし、なんかモニターぶっ壊れてね、あそこだけ。ほら、あそこぶっ壊れてる。行かれてる。528か。528と 028? かな ?028 だ。028。この2つがね、なんかいかれちょろんよね。表記が。表記ってかなんかエラーコードみたいなのが出てる。まあ上行くか。じゃしゃす。
This mind control
なんか
facility
97と
it was too
98映ってな
horrible
かっ
to
た今。
believe it couldn't be true.
何も映ってなかっ
Had
たよね。
Stanley really been under someone's control
何も
all
映ってない。
this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
よいしょ。
No. He refused to believe it.
Eh?
He couldn't
でも
accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
こいつが黒幕なんだ
Never.
ね。
It was unthinkable.
あ
Wasn't
あ、
it?
でも、
Was
そ
it
うだ
even
もんね。
possible?
こいつがナレ
Had
ー
he
ター、
truly
ナレーター
spent
が
his
黒幕って言った
entire
ら
life
確かにね、この状
utterly
況も納得できるよね。
blind to the world?
これも、この状況もこいつによって作られて
But
て、
here
か
was the
つ、
proof. The heart of
今
the
この状態
operation.
も、ね、
Controls
操られてる
labeled with
って
emotions.
話だったら全
Happy
然納得
or
できる。
sad or content. Walking, eating, working.
さっ
All
き
of it
な、さっき
monitored
こ
and
こ開いてた
commanded
んだよ
from this
な。
very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its
さっきなんか
terrible
このドア
power
開いて
over
たよな。な
another
んでやろ
human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
はいはい。もうなんかあれだよね。さっきなんか画面に映し出されてたあれ、なんか意味ありそうだよね。まあいや、一旦とりあえずオフにしようか。電源。ほい。 うるさうるさお
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
恐怖心
Was it over?
俺の中に恐怖心まあ終わるわけないよね
Yes.
え
He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
落ちれねえんだ。話して最中に落ちてやろうと思ったんだけど落ちれなかったわ。ワンチャンさ、これさ、乗れない？あ、乗れる。乗ってさ、ダメだ。飛び降りれない。ワンチャン飛び降りて死ねるんじゃねこれ。
Stanley felt the
ダメだ。
cool breeze upon his skin.
くそ。
The feeling of liberation. The immense possibility of the new path
よく
before
こん
him.
な、
This was
こん
exactly
なところ
the
によく
way,
こんな施設建
right
てられ
now,
たね。
that things were meant to
でも
happen.
これも今この瞬間もお前に操られてんだろ
Was happy.
今この瞬間もお前操られてんやろおビートズゲームまた始まったここでなんかあれかな書くんかなまあいいや
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
まだちょっとあれだ
Stanley
ね
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
解
had
明で
simply
きそう
missed
な
a memo.
解明できそうな部分あるねちょっと一回あれだなイカで取ったところにちょっと行ってみようかそもそも528とかあんのかなまだなんか全然解き明かせそうだよねいろいろとこれニューコン
こ
テンツ
れがフリーダムエンドってやつだったのか。
フリーダムエンドって多分ねニューコンテントまあ一回とりあえずどうしよっか
When Stanley came to a set of two open
左もう
doors,
一回
he
ちょっ
entered
とあれ
the
だ
door
な
on his left.
爆落ちもう一回経験したいなもう一回爆落ちしたい
Yet there was not a single person here
いや分かっ
either.
てんの分かってんの
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's
あ
office.
てか俺
Coming to a
下行ってないじゃん
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
開かないわそりゃ下行ってねえじゃん俺おなんだこれおよくわかんねえやそりゃ下行ってねえなおい
But Stanley
車
just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he
上司
taken that
上司い
risk?
ないし
All because
仕
he
事を振られてないから
believed
別にいいんじゃ
everyone
ないか
had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid.
あ、一応退屈だとは思って
He
た。
imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the
え、
ground.
何
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so
周りになんか
lucid?
オーブが
And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that
お
I'm
ー、なんか
doing
すご
and
いシーンを
thinking?
ついてるね。
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility
あ
for
れ
himself?
なんか同じところ
Stanley is as awake right now
くるくる繰り返
as
してい
he's
る。
ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to
あ、
wake
やだや
up.
だやだ。起き
He
きたくない。
felt the cool
はい。
weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of the world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself.
はいはいはい。
I'm through with this dream.
あ、スクワッ
I
トすれ
wish
ば
it
目
to
起き
be
るかな。
over.
スクワット
Let
スクワ
me
ット。
go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
おう。
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
おい、あ、スクワットしてたら起きちゃった。
This is the story of a woman
マリエ
named
ラという名
Mariella.
の女の物語。おう。
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
Oh.
She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and
What?
walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
死んだ。
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man.
おう。
He was obviously crazy. This much she knew.
まあ、そうそう
Everyone
ね。
knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
でも
It
そう
was
やって言われ
comforting
て
to
るって
think
ことは、
this,
この人
and in
も
a certain
洗脳されて
way,
るってこ
seeing
とじゃ
this
ない。
man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
ああ。日暮れエンドってことか。でも、さっきの時計何だったんだろうね。 なんか意味があんのかな。なんか意味あったのかな、あれ。
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
な、これ。あ、あれこれさっき押したやつだ。世界回るたんびにここ押せってこと？もしかして。もしかしてだけど。でも、ちょっと待って。あれ意味ないのかな、さっきのなんかイカれちゃったやつら。下には行ったよね。もう一回爆発させるか。
He entered the door on his left. なんも起きねえや。 Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
まあ一回もう一回爆
Coming
発
to
さ
a
せるべ。
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
ここさ、ワンチャン何回かノックしてればなんか起きるくね？起きねえわ。さっきのさ、このトイレも意味わからん。ちょっと引き戸なんだ。これ何なんだろう。あれ変わってる。ちょっと待って。文章変わってない？読めないけど。I got the feeling. モンズ or starting. But no. 字汚い。Of course. SG? That lovely please. わかんない。わかんない。なんだよこれ。わけわかんないよ。何すらいいんだよ。なんかトイレもなんかありそうだけどね。まあいいや。
Here's the door, just go.
どうですさ、向かって。あの辺とか行けそうな気すんだよな。まあいいや。もう一回あれか。次はじゃあ爆発させる途中でオフにしてみようか。そしたらオンオフ切り替えよう。オンオフ切り替えて、なんかもっとな、こうストーリーの核心に迫る何かがあると思うんだよな。俺がなんかこのボタンを押そうとか言ってる間になんかね流れてたかもしんないけど。よいしょ。
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
もう一回爆発させよう。
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers, the lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
パイルトって死んでるってことだよね、多分。なんだろうね。
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to
4万
believe
台
it
しか俺
couldn't
た
be
ち
true.
観
Had
察できない
Stanley
という
been
か
under someone's
見れない
control
から
all
ね。
this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it
どうやっ
blindly?
たらそこ攻略できるんだろうな。
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it?
確信だな、こ
Was
い
it
つ
even
も。
possible? Had
確
he
信だな、
truly
随分
spent
と。
his
こいつも。
entire life utterly blind to the world?
はいはいはい。 こなんだ
But
よ
here was the
ね。
proof. The heart of the
こ
operation.
の攻略法
Controls
が
labeled with
完全わ
emotions.
からん。
Happy or sad or content.
なんかそう途
Walking,
中でね、
eating,
あのドアが
working,
開いてたんだ
all
よ
of
ね。
it
確か
monitored and commanded from this very place.
ちょっと
And as
そ
the
の辺
cold
も含
reality
め
of
て
his
ちょっと
past began to sink in,
この施設を犠
Stanley
牲にしてみる
decided
か。
that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did
さ
you?
て、
After
ど
they
うし
kept
よ
you
うか
enslaved all
ね。
these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off
あ、もう押せない
track,
の。
you're going to
もう
have
押
to
せ
do
ないの。
much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the
こいつ本当
network's
にやりたい放題だよな。
emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set
し
to
かも核
explode,
だしな。
eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is.
Charge.
More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
Oh.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace
どうやっ
before
てこ
you're
れ攻略するんだ
obliterated.
ろうな。
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing
あま
buttons
り、あまり
endlessly and then
褒められたもの
dying
じゃないけどね。やっちゃ
Other
いけないけ
times,
どね。
I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing
これ紫じゃ
everyone
ないもん。
inside, or I let it
これだもん。
burn to a crisp. I have to say this though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to
どうや
make
ってやん
sense of
の？
everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much.
違う。
You know what? To hell with it.
5
I'm
の
going to
5
put
の
some
緑。
extra time on the clock. Why not?
どういうことなの？
These
どう
are
やって
precious
攻略
additional
するんだろう
seconds,
ね。
Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me in the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley
どうすりゃいいん
died
だろう
again.
これ。これって、
And Stanley died again.
これって死ぬし
Take
か
a
ない
look
の
at
か
the
な。
clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing.
これもう終わりなのかな。
Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life?
4人
Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice.
なんだろう。
Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every
なん
second
かあれ
of
だよ
your
ね。
inevitable
なんかチャー
life
ジできる
from
っ
the
て感
moment
じ
we
だった。
fade in until the moment I say happily ever up.
あ、終わった。 うん、結局何もわからなかったな。どうしよう。みんなどうすればいいと思う？あれってそもそも、なんか変わってきてんのかな？
言ってることちょっと変わってるな。
マジ？字幕見てねえからさ、謎
All of
解き
his
に
co-workers were gone.
夢中になっ
What could
て。
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
で、あれだ、こいつ、あれあ、ついてない。別のパソコンなのかなあ、なんかつかなくなっちゃった。こいつ。
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the
これはさっ
office,
きあれだな。
but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story
あー、
in
じゃあ
any
も
way.
うちょっとあれか。
When Stanley came to a set of two open
右側はさっ
doors,
き
he
言ったよ
entered
ね。
the
も
door
う
on
一
his
回言ってみ
left.
る？
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
なん
just
か
to admire it.
他に探索する場所あったっけあれ。なんか結局地下行ってこれは夢だこれは夢だって言って終わんなかったっけ？
Wow. Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
最初の左側のドアに。これ戻れんの？戻れねえじゃねえかよ。もう、何か左側のドアに入りましただ。ふざけんじゃねえ。特攻だ、バカが。あ、違うだ。俺こっち行ったんだ、最初。こっちだ。こっちまだ行ってなか
And
った
so。he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back
反
on
対側の
track.
ドアまで歩いていき。あそこに行ったってこと？はいはい、こういうボタンがあって。これ先行ったら多分締め出されんな。じゃあこれ先に乗っとこう。おい。最多らっきょう。
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
まだある
So
わ。
now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
OK! Right! あれ。他に行く場所なくなっちゃった。まあいいや、行くかじゃあ。
Oh, no.
Oh.
No, it's to the right. My mistake.
ふざけやがって。どうせ違うって。はいはいはいはいはい
Not
はい。
the
こっち
right.
ね。はいはい。
Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
なんか調べてる。なんか調べてるな。
Let's see, we went down right, left,
と
down,
はい
left, right.
はい。
Yep, okay, okay, yes.
はい、おー、
I've
オッケ
got
ーオッ
it
ケー。
now.
頼りに
This
してて。
story is absolutely, definitely this way.
こっちなの。こっち
No, 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 no. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the
いや、
game
全
from
然
the
楽しいから全
beginning.
然まだ
And
い
this
るけど。
time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
なるほどね。はい、理解。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
あんま
mean?
りあれだな。パソ
Stanley
コンの電
decided
源
to
消さ
go
ない
to
方
the
がいいか
meeting
も
room.
な。
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
なんだろう。ついてない。どうなんだろう。じゃあちょっと奥に行ってみるか。右の。
When Stanley...
Hey?
Wait, what?
あれ
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change?
なんか変わったか。
Stanley, Did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
あれこいつ、ナレーションもなんかちょっとイカれてきてる気しない？なんか。あれなんかナレーションもちょっと字が持ち味。あすごい。じゃあ一貫こっちから。でもなんか特になんかあるわけでもなさそう。
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
はいはいはい。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
ねえ、全部開いたね、今。
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong.
ついになんもなくなっ
It's possible
た。
the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction
別
and
の
see
方
if
向
we
に
missed
戻ってみ
anything?
ませんか。こっち行きます。こっち行きます。開かないね。戻るしかないのかな。
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
安心したね。でも全然違くない？
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story.
あれ？
Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
で戻ると、また別の部屋になってるんだ。なんかもっとひどくなってない？
Now this...
あら？
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
なんかもっとひど
Is
くなっ
this
て
the
ない？
story? I don't think so.
あれ？
I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
いや、何も覚え
Do
て
you
ない。
know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this?
はい。
You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
はいはい。
Oh no. I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
はいはいはい。なんか書いてある。なんかある。
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
まあ一貫道外れるか。あれ？解禁されてる。この辺は？すげえ、まだまだあるぜ。ちょっと行ってみよう。失礼するぞ。
No, I'm done. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
なんもない。あらら。閉じた。開いた。入れた。お前か。この画面、あの時であの画面、お前か。はいはいはいはいはいはい。 ついにこっち側に来れたね。
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Nope. Here's a thought.
はい、思いついたことがありま
Wouldn't
す。
wherever we end up be our
そこが目的
destination,
地なのではない
even
で
if
しょう
there's
か。
no
本当
story
にそこに
there?
ストーリーがなかった
Or
で
to put
し
it
ょう。
another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward,
あえてちょっ
are
と
we
ショートカット
implying
し
a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence.
あれなんかナレーターもな
Now,
んかあれ
if
だ
my
ね。
experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
はい。おお、あ、はいはいはいはいはいはい。うるせえな。うるせえな。あ、下がれなくなった。ごめん、うるさいわ。うるさいわ。ミュージック音声、ここでできるやんけ。オッケー、いけ。ああ、いけたいけた。あ、ちょっと待って。ゼロに来た。これで、028。あれてか、さっき、あれ ?5 じゃなかった。あれちょっと待って。もう一回ちょっと戻るわ。ちょっと待ってね。あ、違う。4だわ。いつまでこの音楽鳴り続けるんだろう。あ、まあ4か。多分ナレーターもなんかあれなんだろうな。想定してないがゆえにちょっと不安になり始めてんだろうな。すごいすごい大丈夫？なんか矢印もなんかさ、方向性見失ってない？ああ、はてな。あ、すごいすごいすごい。あ、すごいんだ。ああ。なんかドアの並びもなんか変になってきたし、矢印もなんかすごいすごいことになってる。もう遊んでんじゃん。閉められたんだけど。じゃあまあ一応あれか、辿っとくか。
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
戻ってシダを見よう。
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
はい。
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
シダって何？シダって何？シダって何？わかんない。ごめん、シダって何？シダってなんぞ？シダってなんだ？
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
ピンとくるものは？でもストーリーを見つけ、だってお前がだってね、何戻ればいいの？なんなの？なんなんだお前。ねえ。もう戻るけどじゃあ。戻る。あれでもこれさ、戻れないんじゃなかったっけ？戻れないよね。シダってなんだろう。 まあいいや。行くか。まあお前がね、この背に沿えって言ったんだから、じゃあ俺はこの背に沿うぜ。あ、あれた。おう、あ、まただ。
Oh, no, 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 not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you,
裏切られてる。
everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it.
Oh, what is that?
Restart.
お、リスタート。お、あ、またか。部屋に変化はないかな。特になさそうだよね。
You know what, Stanley?
What?
I say
Oh.
forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious.
Mysterious.
Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
ああ、新しい道を示してくれたね。まあ、いっか、じゃあ。これが 457?
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything.
めんどく
What
せ
do
え
you
彼
want
女み
our
たいな。
story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley.
まずい。
I'm ready for it.
あれループしてる？あ、戻ってこれるんだ。何こいつめんどくせえ彼女彼氏みたいなやっと二人っきりになったねみたいな。二人っきりだねみたいな。きしょいなマジで。
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
こいつもあれなんだな。なんか、ナレーションくんが元彼っていうか、うん、元彼今彼か。なんだろうな。いい例え思いつかへんな。すごいな、こいつ。ああ、すごい、なんか、突き破ってるもん、こいつ。お
Ah, a choice. We
Wow.
get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one.
Oh.
Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
ああ、左に行けないんだ。何これ
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion
混
ending.
乱エンドです
You're
ね。
telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
え
That's really how all this goes?
スタンリーが
It's
死ぬ
all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really?
あ
No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
あ、止まった。
Does that mean, did we do
Oh.
it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
ナレーターが誰か
Well,
に
in the
操られて
meantime,
た
if you
ああ、そうだね。ナレーターも誰かに操られてるってことだね。
all of his co-workers were gone, what could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
これで終わりってこともしかして。
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to
何
stop
回や
by
り直
the
したか
employee
知らないから
lounge
もう
first, just
あれ
to
だったけど
admire it.
ナ
The
レーター
lounge
も
was sublime, a work of art.
操られてたのか。
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
左側のドア。
And so he
さっき通
detoured
りだ
through
も
the
んね。
maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
ああ、戻ってきてる。じゃあもう一回
Yet
爆
there
発
was
さ
not a
せてみて。
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
そしたら、あ、もう一回トイレ行ってみるか。ワンチャンなんか、あ、なんか変わってる。でも読めないんだよな。いや、読めないんだよな。そうなんだ。ナレーターも。
Here's the door, just go.
ああ、じゃああれか。ナレーターも操られてる中っていうか洗脳された一人。てか、そもそもあれなのかな。スタンリーの頭の中にこのナレーターがいて、みたいな。そう、スタンリーはまあ操られてるのは当たり前なんだけど、さらにそのスタンリーの頭の中にいるナレーターも、ナレーターっていう人格、まあ、要は二重人格みたいな感じなんかな。二重人格みたいな感じでやってるみたいな。
The lights rose on an enormous room
あ
packed
そこ
with
から出てきたん
television
だ。
screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
いや、まだ探索のしがいがあるね。
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
今度はちゃんと文章を見てみようか。多分なんか何やってもなんか結局あんまり意味なさそうだから。
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
何言ってるか見てみよう。
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
なんかまた変わってる箇所あったら教えて。
all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
よいしょ。
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
でも428だっ
But
け？
here was
あ
the
の数
proof,
字も気
the
になるよ
heart of
ね。
the operation.
4
Controls
472だっけ？
labeled with emotions.
あれも
Happy
ちょっと気
or
になるよ
sad
ね。
or content.
Console,
Walking, eating, working,
disab-
all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
まあとりあえずオンにしてもう一回見るか。また変わるのかな。はい。
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then?
ここら辺でか。
Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are. A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're going to die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything. Something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Sold? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
まあ別の、ちょっとここは難しそうだから、一旦なんか別の扉あるからそっち行ってみるか。結構もう何気に
blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
おう、そうか。ちょっとあれだね、ニューコンテンツだっけってやつがあったからそっち行ってみるか。ほい。
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
あ、そっち行けない。
右の扉まっすぐ リフトに乗って落ちるエンドがまだ見えてないと思う。
リフトに乗って落ちるエンド。
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
はいはいはいはいはい。これね。これに乗って落ちるエンドを見てない
Stanley
よっ
was
て
so
話
bad
ね。
at following directions,
はいはい
it's
はいはい。
incredible he wasn't fired
確
years
かに。
ago.
乗るか。はい。
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
死んだだけじゃねえかよ。ただ死んだだけじゃねえか。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
ただ死んだだ
Stanley
けだった。
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
まあ行くか。ニューコンテンツ。
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
おう。ああ、そっち行くんだ。おお。
ただの落下死。
ただの落下死。そりゃそう。それはそう。
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
はいはい。
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
こんなアトラクシ
Oh,
ョンみ
well,
たい。
this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
めちゃんこワクワクしちゃう。面白いよな。はいだ。
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
なんもないな。
What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've
これ
never been
ナ
more
レーター
ready. Let's do it.
ナレーター遊ばれてんな、これ。真の指導者に。
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
なんか、あれだな。ナレーションも多分遊ばれてんだ。
All right.
はいはい
All
はい。
right, let's see. It's
ジャンプ
the
サー
jump
クル。
circle.
はいはい。あ、何が楽しいこれ。何が楽しいんこのゲーム。何が楽しいこれは。
Is that it?
これ
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something
ああ、
else.
そうだね。確かに。他になんかあるはずだよね。
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for
ナレー
exciting
ター
new
も遊ばれてんだ、
content?
これ。
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait.
Oh.
There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be
ここから
something
入ってみたら。
else. Let's see it.
あ、なんもないか。
I'm ready for whatever it is.
高いね。 じゃなにこれ Thank you for enjoying the new
Oh, you've
content.
got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations.
そんなこと言ってたら多分消されんじゃねえお前こ
Why
の
don't
世
we
界
just
から
reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
あ戻されたあれなんか全然違うけどあれなんか全然違うけどナレーターさんナレーター全然違うけどあさっきまで見てた
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
まさかやがスタンリーって主人公
Oh,
あそう
you
ス
don't
タン
want to see
リ
the cool
ーってや
surprise
つが
I
多分
made
主
for you?
人公な
Well,
んじゃない
fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
言うやんいや一回ちょっと無視しようか一回無視するかあ開けない開けらんない
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
おうあこっち来たら爆発するしかないもんな
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Oh no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
おう物置楽しい物置楽しいイエーイ
スタンリー社長が何者かにめちゃくちゃコケにされるゲームなんすね笑い
イエーイいや違うんじゃないスタンリーいや今操作してんのがスタンリーってやつでそのスタンリーってやつをナレーションが導こうとしてるってやつでどちらかといえばナレーターがめちゃめちゃコケにされてる今なんもないんだチェ
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
戻れない
upstairs
そう
to his boss's office.
しょうがないなトイレまた変わってるからそう俺英語がさ全く読めないからさ全然わからんのよねこっちなんか変わってる変わってなさそう
Here's the door, just go.
はいはいはいなんもないかしょうがない閉められちゃったからな戻れないんだよ
導いてるのかわからんえに
いや今導いてるじゃん今導いてるそう結構そうもうね2時間ぐらいやったがゆえにね多分もうそのパートは過ぎてるもはやあら戻ってきちゃった
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
もうなんか変わった気しないからもう一回ちょっとエスケープ行っていい
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent
ワ
death.
ンチャンなんか他になんか要素なかったっけなちょっともう一回見ていいこっちのルートで見たらもう一回さっきのはい
Stanley
続
still
きこう
had
言ってみ
every
るか
opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
よいしょ
At this point,
Whoa,
Stanley was
jump
making
the
a
kid.
conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
あ、失礼します。この女性のナレーターが一体誰なんだろうね。女性のナレーターは一体誰なんだろうな。
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
The world!
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
こっち行ってみて。なんもないわ。
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
ここの部屋に来るだけだもんね。
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
あ、てかこっち側見てなかったね、そういえば。こういう資料みたいなの見れるのおもろいな。パン。パン。ああ、でもなんかすごいことなってる。なんかこれ。こういうエンドがあるってことなのかな。お、なにこれ。交戦地帯。開始当初、私たちはスタンリーがエイリアンとの戦場で戦うエンディングをデザインしました。コラクションゲームは知覚を持ち始め、ナレーターと戦うことになるのです。私たちは作り始めてすぐに、これはこのゲームのトーンに対し冗談が過ぎるということに気づきました。さらにシューティング好きな人たちをからかっていると解釈する人もいましたが、そういう意図ではありませんでした。あ、すごいサイバーチックで。はいはいはいはいはいはいはいはい。へえ。お。これ。おー。こっちのシーンは見てないよね。これと、なんかあれも見てない気がする。あれか、あれ、会議室にずっと入り浸ってれば見れるのかな。ラウンジ。これは貨物リフト。2つ目のバージョンでは機械的に最終段階のものと同じですか。こんなんあったっけ？わ？貨物リフトの選択はそのままの頃から違う道へジャンプするから違う。しかし初期バージョンの後、プレイ勝ちで死ぬという選択肢もしいということ。あ、ワンチャンか。うるせえな、なんか。これ。アパートメントタイマー。前バージョンでアパートのエンディングへつながる選択肢で電話に出ると時間が15秒。出ないと違うエンディングにあります。はいはいはいはいはいはい。確かにね、さっき電話出たもんね。後で、次、多分、この後、あれかな。あ、違うわ。あのまままっすぐ行ったら、って話だったな。そういえば。ちょっとまだ、なんかアンダーテールみたいな。つって。最悪な目に遭ってもらうぜ、つって。まあ、この辺はさっきも見たね。出た、これ。カウントダウンエンドの初期バージョン。なんか、あれだったのか。最初の方はなんかこれで、やるつもりだったのかな。
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
カウントダウンルームの。 あ、まあでも初期バージョンだから全然違うねんな。
なんかミュージアムとオフィスが混ざったみたいな内装ですね。
ね。あー、よいしょ。確かにね。あ
Can you
れ、
see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
お、再び。
But listen to me. You can still save
ファン
those
がまだ
two.
彼ら
You
を
can
救うこと
stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
あー、でもやっぱあれなのかな。これって結局のところ、やっぱあれなのかな。スタンリーの中に2つの、この女性の人格と、あと、最初から音もしてくれてる。あ、戻ってきた、戻ってきた。よいしょ。よいしょ。ここら辺はなんかいじったりとかできないもんね。まあ入ってやるか。
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
ほい。次あれだね。右側の通路行って、フォークリフトじゃないけど、リフト乗って、その後なんか分岐があったらちょっとやって
Okay,
みよ
you
うか。
remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
Oh.
So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release?
あ、これが元のバージョンだ
Remember
った
back in
ね。
October of
だったってことかね。
2013 when the game originally
あ、なんか
launched?
賞も取りましたよ。
Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
あ、なんか出れたりとかしないんだ。要はあれだもんね。2013年とか、そう、こういう感じで売られてたって話だよね。要は。すごいよね。でもちょうど、ってことはちょうど10年前って話か。いやー、すごいね。あ、なんか、金が。何これ。あ、こんな感じの画面でしたよ、みたいな話なのかな。これはあれか、なんか称号っていうか、実績かなんか回収した時のあれか。おー、この辺見てもようわからんからいいや。あ、あれだ、いつぞやのエンド。気狂って。おー、あ、すげえ。え、すげえ。
若かったな。
はえー。
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all.
海外ゲーでペルソナの名前出るの面白すぎる。
Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
あ、マイクラ。はい、2つの扉がある。地下。これ。くそ、入れねえ。入れ。くそ、入れねえじゃねえか。バリア。ダメだ。シャガムキー、これだけのために作られたのか。あ、すげえ。こっちがあれだね、スタンリーだね。で、これが途中のエンドで出てきたスタンリーの死体を見て、でも私はなんか正常だからみたいな。ね。なんか、会議があるから急がないと、つって、警察に通報することもなく、素通りしたおばさんですね。せっかくだから俺はこの赤い扉を選ぶぜ。こんな感じで発売されてたよっていう。
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content.It just needed to be left alone to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
昔の風習を大事にしすぎるあまり若者たちの意見を受け入れないカスみたいな。
These were simpler times, Stanley.
あ、開いてる。
But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
まずいんだ。あ、でもいい評価もあるじゃん。
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
まあでも、ね、10人中10人がね、公表するとは限らないからね。この世の何事にもね。ゲームであれ、政治であれ、VTuber であれ、なんであれ、どんなプラットフォームであれね。100点満点中100点を取れるなんて、そんなコンテンツは存在しないんですよ。いやー、なんかスチームが闇の世界みたいな。低評価。なんかこのゲームの制作者、あれなのかな、スチームに恨みでもあんのかな。なんかスチームに恨みあんのかな。でもいい評価もあるじゃん、ちゃんと。ねえ、
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
まあでも気持ちはわからんでもないけどね。
Isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
まあ気持ちはわかるけどね。ね、みんなに楽しんでほしいっていうのはわかるけど、でもやっぱりなんていうかね、自分のね、その生み出したコンテンツやら何やらをね、面白いと思ってくれない人はやっぱ一定数いるっていうのがさ、それはもう本当に仕方ない話だからさ、頑張るしかないよ、ナレーターくん。ね、そう、こういう低評価ばっかり気にしてるからダメなんだよ。ちゃんとさ、 で道端とかにさ、ちゃんとさ、そう、あそこにもあったじゃん、高評価。ちゃんと。そう。悪い意見ばっかり見ずにさ、いい意見もちゃんと見な。ね、取り入れな。
ナレーター自己肯定感おかしい。
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button?
スキップボタン。
Well, yes. Yes, I think we
Oh,
can do
they can,
that.
though.
If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
え
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then my goodness, that's what they're going to get.
さっきの LINE の時もそうだけど、こいつクソだるい
Go
な。
ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like
じゃあ聞いてやるよ。
this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before
もう
lunchtime.
全然関係ない話してる。
It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yet. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I...
ちゃんと時計動いてるわ。
For 2 weeks.
めっちゃ長い。枯れてる。
Just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just...
そうだね。長いね。そうだね。あれ
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there...
あ、 ドアなくなってる。あれ、あ、死んだ。あれってことは、あれってこと、私、あの葉っぱの最後の一枚が落ちたら私死ぬのってやつの体現したってこと、あいつもしかして。あいつは、いいやつだったよ。ポチー。あれ、お、はい。
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, End.
時折死ぬのなんだろう、こいつ。
ナレーター志望、わらわら。にしても喋りすぎだわ。
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
あー、壊れちゃった、ナレーターが。ナレーターが壊れちゃった。あ。てかよく生きてるよね。いや、多分次喋り始めるんだろうね。建物が老朽化して壊れちゃった。壊れちゃった。あ、光が。あらら。
やんでるやん。笑い。
そして僕以外が僕以外誰もい、つい植物が、土も入ってきて、ついに植物が生まれろ、生命よ。ほい。お夜か。すげえ不穏な雰囲気。なんだ、なんか恐竜みたいな声するけど、何、宇宙人かなんかが攻めてきて、ついに倒れた。もう押せない。イエーイ、今日の日も3個3、つまり元通りまでバイバイバイ。砂の惑星ってこと砂の惑星になっちゃった。どこ行けばいいの？人類滅亡。ナレーターのスキップボタンが欲しかったのに、世界をスキップする。
アンチのナレータースキップボタンが欲しいって話広げすぎだろ。わら。
ほんとそう。
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
セリフ変わってる。主張激しい。
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
主張が激しくなってた。ニューコンテンツの。あれ？あの演出たち消したんだ。
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark. and any new
い
content
やー
for
これも
it
結
should
構
live
名
up
作
to
だと
that.
思うぜ。
So forget this ultra deluxe
本当にそう。
nonsense. I say we take it
え
one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
えパラブル2。
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor
あ
additions?
ー、なるほど
Think
ね
of all the new。
ナレーター
territory
が
we'll
作
cover
作
with
った
a
んだ。
fully fledged
2
sequel.
を。
An entirely new experience built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
おでもファンの要望に応えたというよりお前の要望に応えたってだけだよね。
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
あ、すごいなんかスプラトゥーンみたいな感じになってる。スプラトゥーン3のなんかやけに3を主張したがるあれみたいになってる。これは意味わからんのよ。何でも2にすればいいわけじゃないのよね。ナレーターくん、スプラトゥーンみたいになってるよ、思考が。任天堂と同じにな
Now,
っ
to
てる
be
よ。
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
はいはいはい。
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
こっち行けない。おー、ショーフロア。おー、あー、これなんかね、記者会見かなんかすんのがね。記者会見ってか、ね、なんていうの取材されるのかな。えあ、こっちか。よいしょ。なんか、ね、スプラトゥーン3も同じような思考だったな。おーいいね。あー、閉じ込められた。誘拐事件ってこと？
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
いくつかの新機能を試してみてください。お、T シャツ。でも、絶対なんかあれだ。どっかの、あれ、ホームページに飛ぶやつだ。オフィスデコレーション。安心のバケツ？このゲームをプレイしてる人の名前を言うボタン。おう。散らばってんな。小汚ねえな。後でこっち行ってみよう。何々？
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the
なんや
button
ねん。
only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
それはいい
Let's
よ
have
ね。
you role play as Jim to really
あれなんだっ
simulate
け
the full
ブルアカ
experience
が
of this
ブルアカ
feature.
が
Just
確か同じだよ
play
ね。
along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself...
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself... All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Jim.
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says. But no.
Jim.
Instead,
Jim.
oh, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the gym button away.
撤去しちゃうの？あ、待って。待って。ああ、ジムが。返してよ、僕たちのジムボタン。返してよ、僕たちのジムボタン。いや、そう、確かあれだよね、そう。確か、ブルーアーカイブのアロナっていうキャラクターがいて、そいつが確かなんか、あれなんだよね、ボーカロイドっていうか、ボイスロイドみたいな感じで、そう、採用してて、システム採用してて、自分の名前をね、そう決めるじゃないか。大体のゲームっていうか、そうなんとね、呼んでくれるらしいんだよね、アロナだけ。
ナレーター、お前がジムになるんだよ。
お前がジムになるんだよって。俺たちがジムになることだ。開けろ。いいね。でもさ、ナレーター気づいてるか？これもウルトラエディションのウルトラエディションの中の一つなんだぜ。間違い探しみたいに感じに紛れ込んでんな。こっちちょっと行ってみるか。
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the well, we'll figure that out later.
何も考えてないんかい。
それは嬉しい。
そう。ブルアカ。で、こっちがなんだっけ？なんか、バケツだっけ？バケツだ。バケツだ。
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
興味ないね。ああ、なにこれ。ああ、なるほどね。まあ、こっちいいんじゃない。
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
冗談ですや。冗談ですや。な、冗談ですや。
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
おー、小屋なんだ。
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
いや、上限つけるなよ、ジャンプに。なんでだよ。現在地ここって話ね。バケツ行ってみるか。ほな。
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even fun. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
あ、終わりあー、慣れた。多分、君はダ作を生み出す天才だよ。
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
無限の穴。こっちはなんかあるんかな。これずっと持ってなきゃいけないの？だるだる。
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
楽しいかそれ楽しいかそのゲームんなゲーム楽しいかああ
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great! Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole.
お前これダ作だと思ってるじゃねえかよ。ダ作だと思ってるじゃねえかお前。もう。
Fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know. I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
もうちょい待ってみるか。てかお前、またこの景色見るのって自分で言ってたじゃねえかお前。自分でこのゲーム面白くねえと思ってるじゃねえかよ。これはね、いや、慣れたく、君ちょっと多分あれかもしんない。日本に来なよ。日本に来て、日本でね、売りなよ、ゲーム。そしたらね、賞をもらえるよ。クソゲーオブザイヤーっていうね。
こいつ、サイコパスが過ぎる。わら。
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. It goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Oh. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
まあ確かにね。まあこの辺で一回ね、終わりにしようか。
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay.
短っ。
Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
逆に盛り上がってくるんじゃね
hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep. even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
いや、これさ、ジャンプできないのが悪いんじゃないの？ジャンプできないのが悪いんじゃない？
Is the
聞かないんだけど。
teleport button not working? You sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
こっち。
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
本当にどっか行きやがったこいつ。マジで戻れないんだけど。ちょっと待って。マジで戻れない今。
欠陥住宅見つけるタイプじゃん。
G めっちゃ押してんだけど戻れないんだけど。あれ？あ！I'll be back ああ。どんどん下がっていく。さらばだみんな。長いな。視点を変える。I 1アングル、I 2アングル、I 3アングル。認識を変える。アートの現実を変える。
何壮大にすな。わら。視点を変えるってなんだよ。わら。
おお。あなた自身を変える。はい、俺でーす。
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley?
Oh,
good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
ああ、また始まんのかな。 また始まんのか、あれが。イカレポンチのあれ。あ、ローディング。
究極に無駄な時間をありがとう。わらわら。
お、あ、戻ってきた。
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
アナエンドってことアナエンドってことあとどこ行ってないだろう。あとどこ行ってないんだっけ。こっち側は行ったっけ。
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Ha! なんや今の時間。
なんかわかんないですけど、うつ病だった人が作ったゲームをちょっと思い出しました。
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
他に何見てないっけ。カバーユーズイットこっちとかほぼ無限な穴は見たしな。変わってる変わってる。ほぼ無限な穴。おわおー、何これ。
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
おー。はぁ
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
まあでももうあれか。もう全部見たか。ほな、EXIT出口まで行きましょうか。
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
まあ全部
Ready
見れ
to
たん
move
じゃ
on
ないか
now?
な。まあ全部は見れたっしょ、さすがに。コップがある。お、なにこれ。
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
あ、お
There's
前が作って
definitely
い
a
いもの
good
になるとは
game in
思え
there
ないね。
somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
おう
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
あ、エピローグ見てねえや。まあいいや。
Okay.
どうせくだらな
Are
い。
you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, って聞こえた。
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different
ダ
arrangement.
サいな。
Okay, yes.
これ
Yes, this is much
これ、
better. I
は
feel
よ、捨て
good.
たいんだけど、これ。
Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley?
なんで穴
This
二つに
isn't
増
a
えてんだよ。
coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game.
Oh.
I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait,
お、
maybe
何か思いつい
that's
た
it.
か。
I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
上品。
With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
おー、いいね。おー。何かが起きそうな、いい感じの。確かにね。そう、本来のホーム画面っていうか、この画面ホーム画面だとあれだもんね、確か。特に何も動いてなかったもんね。
君のアイデアいい要素とは言えないだろう。
みんなそう思いたいの。みんな、クリエイターっていうのはね、そう思うのがサガなの。自分の作ってるものが最高だと思う。それがサガなの。俺もそう。俺もそう。正直ね、クリエイターなんてね、クリエイターっていうか、何かものを作る人って、結局のところ、自分の作るものがいいと思ってるから作ってるんだよね。自分の作ってるものが面白い。自分の作ってるものが最高。作ってるものが芸術的。だからこそ作ってる。だからこそより公表してるみたいな。そう。自信ないのにね、そう、これダ作だなとか思いながら作ってるやつなんてね、あんまりいないよ。それが目的ならまだしもね。俺はクソみたいなゲームを作るんだって言うんだったら話は別だけどね。そろそろ行くか。
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this
これ
job.
会社に来てやることかな。
Stanley was happy.
会社に来なくてもできるんじゃないかな。
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
よし、行くか。
All of his co-workers... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
まあ、これは最初やったし、いっ
Perhaps
か。
50 clicks
続け
will
るか。
do
っ
it.
て
Yes,
ことはどこかで
almost
ぜひとも
certainly
電に落ちる穴も
50
登場するっ
clicks.
てことか。
は
ほら
そういうことすごいなんかあれだよね。新しい要素を無理やり入れようとして失敗してるっていうのを体現してるね。
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why
バケツ
was
な
he
んてど
not
こだった
doing it?
バケツどこにあったまあ。
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
まあまあ
he
この
entered the
ゲームの
door
指
on
示って
his
ね
left.
そうナレーターのね指示通りに動くことだからね。そうそうそうそうそう。
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
事務ボタンあったら笑い転げても笑。
あ、入れなくなってる。入れなくなってる。
わらわら。
くそ。入れな
Coming
く
to
な
a
ってる。
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
まあまあまあまあまあ。
Here's the door, just go.
あ、ここはもうあれなんだ。呆れられてんだ。
物置嫌いすぎだろ。笑。
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
まあ
Facility.
まあまあまあまあ。
書いてること変わってる。
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life. Their true
いやいやい
nature
や、フィギュ
revealed.
ア、フィギ
Each
ュアっ
bore
て、
the
フ
number
ィギュアっ
of
て
an
なんだろう
employee in
な。
the
フ
building.
ィギュアってなんか必要なのかな。
The lives of
いや
so
全然
many
わかんないけど
individuals
な。
reduced to images on a screen.
なん
And
かフィギュアってなんか
Stanley,
必要
one
あった
of
か
them,
な。で、バケツもあったけどさ、
eternally
ね
monitored in this place where
なんか持つ意味あったのかな
freedom
って思うんだよね。うん。やっぱ世界観に合ってないっていうか、うん。
This mind control facility, it was too
いや、本当
horrible
にね、
to
恐ろ
believe it
しす
couldn't
ぎ
be
ますね、こんな
true.
の。い
Had
や、真
Stanley
実
really
と
been
は
under
認めたくないですね、
someone's
本当
control
に
all
もう。
this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No.
そう、
He
許せないよね。
refused to believe it.
そう、
He
許せない。
couldn't accept
信
it.
じようとは
His
思えない。
own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
いや、
Wasn't
怒りを
it?
感じますね。
Was it even
マインド
possible?
コントロールなん
Had he
て、
truly
そんな
spent
と
his
てつもなく
entire
ひどいこ
life
とをする奴がいるなん
utterly
て、
blind to the world?
本当に許せない。
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
よし、こ
For
のシス
he
テムをオフにすればいいん
would
だな。
dismantle the controls once and for all. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet,
まあまあまあ、とりあえず
even
ま
as
ず
the
一回
immense
ね、
door
通
slowly
常エンド
opened,
見てからね、
Stanley
まあまあまあ、一
reflected
回
on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to
まあ
him.
まあまあまあ、
For
ね
it。was not knowledge or
支
even
配
power
から
that
解
he
放
had
され
been
たね、スタン
seeking.
リーが外に出るってエンドですね。いやー、本当素晴らしい。
Perhaps his goal
素晴ら
had
しい
not been。to
本当に素晴らしい。
understand,
もうこれだけで素晴らしい、もう作品だよ
No
ね。
longer would anyone tell him where to go,
本当に素晴らしいよ
what
ね。
to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know.
穴開いてるか
It
な。
was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
まあ、今やってみた感
Stanley
じ、
felt the cool breeze
多
upon
分
his
収集
skin.
しないと話
The feeling
始まら
of
ない。
revelation, the immense
一回あれ
possibility
だな。
of a new
ちょっと一
path
回
before him.
バケツも拾っ
This
て
was
フィギ
exactly
ュアも
the
集めて
way,
するか。
right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
幸せでしたと。おう。ああ、知ってる天井だ。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Maybe Stanley would never pick up the bucket.
ごめんって。
Lonely
ご
bucket.
めんって。
Lonely. And Stanley
ごめ
picked
ん
up the
っ
bucket.
て。ごめんって。拾うって。拾いますやん。拾いますやん。拾いますやん。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and
どうしよう
entered
か
the door on
も
his
う一
left.
回、ちょっと一回あれか。フィギュア集めるだけ集めとくか。一旦、とりあえず。一旦、とりあえずな。集めとこうか。
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find
無理や
answers.
り今、文章ねじ込んでなかった今。なんか今、無理やりなんかバケツに安心感を覚えるとかなんか言ってなかった今。今、無理やりバケツの、あ、
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
そうだね。
It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning
次の
supplies.
ビューありそう。
Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend.
全然、もう全然そんなことない。
We're getting into name calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
全然捨てたいんだけど。全然捨てたいんだけど。しょうがない。出てやるか。
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion.
何が始まったん
Take
だ
our hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
そんなに嫌だった。そんなに嫌だった。ちょっともう一回やってみよう。
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
こいつは何と戦ってんだ。 あ、もうさすがにない
You
か
know
な。
what?
あ、
I could take the name calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
まあ、そうだね。シゲラさんは途中からしかいなかったから、まあ実際を言うとですね、俺、一周目てか結構序盤の方に、この物置に入り浸ってたんですよ。そしたら、お前は物置に、こんな物置にお前は何の魅力を感じるんだみたいな感じで、ブチ切れられたことがあって、多分それでリモってんじゃないかな。もう一回入ってみるか。もうない、さすがにもうないか。確かにもうステッカー貼る場所ないもんな。しょうがないな。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
そうだね、右にもありそうだね。さて、といいで、よいしょ。
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
ナレーターの沸点が物置なの。
そう、ナレーターの沸点が俺のせいで物置になっちゃった。ワンチャンあれじゃね？このエレベーターにもフィギュアあるんじゃね？ないわ。は、ザホメ。お！
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos.
どちらか
It
といえ
would
ば
be with
冷たいんじゃない
always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
気づかない
Nor
ん
in
だ。
his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
ああ。まあ気づかなかったんだったらね、全然もう。
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
結局切れるんだね、お前、ここで。結局切れるんだ、お前。ああ。
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
ちゃんと決めとけよ、名前ぐらい。外国人詐欺師で話してる気分になってきた。
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
そっか。
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
ちょっと待って。
The bucket said nothing.
ちょっと待ってね。うん、大丈夫だ。オッケーオッケーオッケー。ごめんね。ちょっと待ってね。よいしょ。うい。あれごめん、聞いてなかった。聞いてなかった。ごめん、なんだってなんだって
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button.
さあ、3
He
をして
took
み
the
よう。
bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. After taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley at last went to the keypad, where he began eagerly
ああ、
pressing
キ
the
ーパ
number
ッドに
3
向かいに
again
3
and
ね。は
again.
いはいはいはい。5。2かな。あ、3か3か。ごめんごめんごめん。3か。あ、3か3か。こっちか。進まないか。しょうがないな。なんもねえじゃねえかよ。なんもねえじゃねえかよ。あ、押すようになってる。
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
ああ、ついたついた。こんなんな。
No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't
なんで
go on
バケツに言うんだ
yet.
よ。
Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
何も言うわけねえだろうが。何も言うわけねえだろうが。
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, wielding a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
なんでつまんねえな。
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly was the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
確かに。あ、でもね、そう、俺があまりにも、そう、番号を間違えすぎて、途中からね、最初から番号入力されてることになってるっていうか、自動的に解除してくれるようになった。
large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
いや、ちゃんとやってるじゃないですか、本当に。何を冗談を。ご冗談を言わないでくださいよ、そんな。さてと、ワンチャンこの辺、あれじゃないの？スタンリーのフィギュアがあるんじゃない？
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
The world! 時を止まれ!
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
あれ？スタンリーの魂は？スタンリーの命は？あれ？あれ？スタンリーの命は？あれ？
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
スタンリーの命はどうでもいいってことですかね。はいはい。あなたには知識の崖に立っています。人の精神はたびたびバケツのように空っぽになり、洞窟のような虚無感さえあります。しかし、あなたの目の前にある展示物を使うことで心は豊かに満たされ、具体化されます。このバケツの知識と歴史は、私たちが持つ唯一の真実の知識なのです。ここであなたが学んだことを世界に持ち出すつもりですか？この展示の情報について課題があるかもしれませんが、心を開いてくれますか？あなたの生活やあなたの大切な人を、この展示をきっかけに変えられますか？もしくはあなたは目を背け、無知と暗闇の中で今までと同じように生きますか？何が伝えてんだよ。
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
人の命なんだと思ってるのこいつ。あーすごいもうなんか2つの取っ手付きバケツ。このバケツは取っ手が2つ書かれています。このようなデザインは今まで現実には一度も前例がなく、危険すぎる無謀な実験とされています。毎年それを試みただけで数十人が処刑され何故に25個のバケツ。この写真は史上最多である25個のバケツをカメラに収めたものです。この写真家は一度にこれほどたくさんのバケツを目の当たりにするという幸福感から数週間にわたり緊張性ショックを患い、25? 25あ、25地獄バケツのレプリカ。中世紀、この強力な魅力を持つバケツの支配をめぐり、数十カ国が戦争を引き起こしました。10万人もが命を落としたにもかかわらず、誰もバケツを支配できないという事実だけが残されています。
なんで処刑されるんだよ。わら。
うん、そっか。ストレスバケツ、解説なし。便利そう。便利そうではある。
明らかに25個以上ある。わら。
ジャック・オーランタン バケツが人類誕生より前にすでに実在していたことは知られているものの、いつ頃から存在していたのかは知られていません。この洞窟の絵は古代人によりバケツの実用的な使い方の発見について描かれたもので、この時すでにバケツは数千年前から存在していたようです。この絵の注目すべき点は、バケツ自身が使うことを許可し、人類がその宝を使うのにふさわしいと判断されていたという点と言えます。そうか。
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
イカれてるのを自覚されてない。あ、さっき上がってったバケツだ。ぶら下げられたバケツ。この作品は人間とバケツとの必要な関係性を象徴しています。どれほどバケツが我々の手中にあろうとも、まだまだ把握しきれない部分がたくさんあるのです。この距離は私たち自身のために必然的にあるのです。
ためになるな、わら。
あ、え、あ。
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I.
ほぼ無限に落ちる穴じゃねえのかよ。あ、バケツが戻ってきた。
Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements.
スタンリーにしよう。スタンリーにしよう。スタンリーにしよう。スタンリーにしよう。こいつらついにスタンリーになんてことひでえ。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
閉まっただけか。何も言わなくなっちゃった。つまんねえな。
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
ちょっと右行ってみるか、じゃあ。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
バケツが悪かったんだ。
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
まあ。一回ね。
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
こっち側なんかあんのかな、じゃあ。なんもなさそう。てかさ、思った。この通路、降りれんじゃね？
Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
疑問
It
に
should have
思い。
alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
くそ、開けらんないか。
休憩所で待ってたら何か隙を言いそう。
確かに。電柱。
No, stop.
Oh.
Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my
切れすぎだろお前。
I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
ダメかダメなのか俺には抗う力がないのかくそチェ
ここまで
そうだね
辛い時とある時で言うこと変わりそうだな。
あれ何これ
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
それ俺みたいな
Okay, let's begin.
流れに来たな
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
あーバケツかなちょっとよくわかんないな
Correct. It is a hologram of a
Eh?
bucket, not an actual bucket.
はあな分かるかいねえだろ
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
いやこれは
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Which どっちだどっちだどっちだだ
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
お立派なバケツだ
You're hallucinating. This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up?
これバケツ
Absolutely
じゃないの
incredible. Let's just move
いや
on to
俺
the
は
next
君た
one.
ちのことが信じらんないよ俺は君のことが信じられないようになれた
Is this a bucket?
あ立派なバケツだな
Correct.
Huh?
This is a bucket.
おい説明しろよおいどこがあれのどこがバケツなんだ言ってるバカ
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
くそ降りれねえくそまあバケツではないだろうね
Trick question.
あ
Both. Gotcha.
両方両方両
Item. Wait, hold
方
on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
あくそ出れない
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true.
バケツばっかり言わないで
Is that what you think?
気くる
Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
ごめん何言ってるかわかんない何言ってるかわかんない
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a
バ
bucket
ケ
is?
ツであってバケツでないっ
Am
てことか
I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
おう
I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. I'm going to erase all buckets from the game
つ
entirely.
いに バケツを
Here we go.
おう頑張れ。
What happened? Is everything gone?
お前が
Why
瞑
did
想す
everything
な。
disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game
あ、
was
ま
a
ずい、
bucket?
まずい、壊れた。
God,
ナレータ
I
ーが
had
壊
no
れた。
idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets.
なんで今消したじゃん、
And
バケ
we'll
ツ。
know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
バケあ、頭悪いんだ。
All of his co-workers were
頭
gone.
が悪
What
い
did it mean?
ナレーターは
Stanley
頭
decided
が
to go to the
悪い。
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
一回持ってかずに行くか。あっこに。一回、あれだね、そうだね、バケ
When
ツ持ってかず
Stanley
に
came
行
to a
こう。
set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
一回あそこそうだね、素の状態で行ってみるか。
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
ボロクソ言うやねんだから。
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
さて、
There's
降り
someone
る
you've
か。
been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
OK。
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me
バケツ
prove
ないからい
that
ける。
I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
おう
Now listen carefully, this is important.
あ
Stanley walked through the red door.
え、あよし。
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
まあまあ、じゃあ一旦ね、とりあえず。うん
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
ダメか。あ、でも。
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
お
You see?
これ
There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
ああ、そうか。
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You give me
いや、
absolutely
君
nothing
が
so
狂ってる
far.
ところを見たいんだよ。
Tell you what. Let me
君
take
が
a
狂
stab
っ
in
て
the
く
dark
様
at
を
a
見
new
たいんだよ。
design, and you
俺
can give
は
me。some feedback. There we go.
Oh.
A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
ああ、まあまあ、
Go
じゃあやって
ahead,
みるか。
Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback
現実
here.
的で批判的な意見を求めてるんだ。じゃあまあ1かな。1。これは、まあ1かな。
A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge.
そうだよ、お前が 第三者が決める
Here,
ことだか
based
ら。
on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
おう。おう。
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
まあまあまあいいよ。
Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
どっちに昇進連だよな。
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
お、もう終わ
Thank
り。
you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
誰かが作ったゲーム。
What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
さあ、何が来るんだ。お
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
あ、でもこれ
Well,
は
it
なんか
seems
いい
obvious
気
to
がする
me
けど。
that you are meant to play as a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
なんか他人の作ったゲームディスってないこいつ。他人の作ったゲームに対してク
赤ち
ソデ
ゃんもいた
ィスってない。
クレジリガスみたいになってた。
ロロロロロロロつって。おー、いいね。
No, 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 it can't be.
それは無理って何？結構綺麗でいいじゃん
It
ね。
is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
なんで
Thank goodness, Stanley.
Wonder,
What a
wonder.
close call. You really wandered off into that
Oh, that's good.
thing. That big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no
こいつ
path to
こい
follow.
つ
You
オ
can
ー
just
プンワー
go
ル
in
ドに
any...
殺されたんか？
Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
抜けれない。
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable
こいつ
walls.
多分オープンワールド苦手だな。それから作ろうと思ったけど作れなく
I think
て
this will be just the
オー
thing.
プンワールドに恨み抱いてるやつだな多分。お、なにこれ？お、サッカー。
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
おー、いいな。
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley,
no.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Hold on. What are you doing?
おい、何え
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
切れてる。すごい見たことあるよね、あのゲーム。お、なんか新しいドローン来たな。おお。あ、ずんずく奥行こうか。お、なんかある。開けらんないな。お、あ、427の部屋だ。なんもないやんけ。なんもないやんけ。あ。
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it.
お前が作ったゲームより他人が作ったゲームの方が楽しかったよ。
He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
あ、ローディング入っちゃった。自分の作ったものに自信が持てなかった。
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter
次
of
どうしようか
time.
な。次あれ
The
か。
confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
次そしたらあれやねんな。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
ちゃん
This
と
was not the correct way
ちゃ
to
ん
the
と奥まで
meeting
行って
room.
みるか。
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was
ちゃんと
simply
奥
the
まで行っ
place
てみる
to
か。
be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
ちょくちょくさ、バケ
Stanley
ツの
took
せいに
the
する
door
の
on
な
his
んだろお
left
前。
to go back to the meeting room.
ちょくちょくバケツのせいにするのなんだろう。
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
なんかあるかな。まあ、いっか。一番か。まあ、一貫あそこまで登ってやるか。
Good, said the bucket.
Now ride the lift
バケツ
all the
の
way to the top. There's
バケ
something
ツ
up there
の
I
当
need
て
you
る
to
子、
do.
クソほどふざけてね。
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
重い。
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to
確信
him,
すん
and
だよ
he
な、クソ。
unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
暗い部屋。
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
こっちんどここっちに行けってことほい。ああ、
Now pick up
はい
the
はいはいはい
phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we
あ
can
あ、そ
go
う
about
だ。
life
これってあれだ
together.
っけなんか、気来るんだっけちょっと待ってみるか、今度は。いやー、他に誰か出る人いないかな。いや、ちょっと今、バケツで片手が塞がっててね、ちょっと出れないんだよね、電話。 あれこれ出るまで終わらない？もしかして。あ。
Whoa! Hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
いや、うるさ
Were
い
you
なと思っ
trying
て。
to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
お前が勝手に
Can't
言
you
ってんだ
see?
ろ。
Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes,
な
there
なんで
is.
こいつこんなに切れてんの？
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look. What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now. Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme. Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated.
お前が選んだビデオだろうが。
Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as
い
they
や、変わ
were
ってる
back
変わってる。
then.
全
So
然
with
変わ
that
っ
in
てる。
mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
戻ってみよう。ああ。こっから、ああ、安全対策されてる。ああ。
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery.
安全
You'll
対
be
策
in
されてる。
stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
なるほどね。
The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
なるほどね。いや、まあまあまあ、確かに。まあまあ、でも、 やっぱね、人を笑わせることっていうのはね、やっぱりちょっとね、テクニックがいるというか、やっぱある程度ね、やっぱその人のね、まあ喋りだったりとかなんだりのスキルがね、まあ、必要ではあるものなんでね、まあ、確かにまあ人を笑わせるってそう簡単にできることじゃないっていうのはね、あるけどね。
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp.
言い過ぎじゃない？肯定感大丈夫？バグってない？
I think I need to go back and rewatch.
なんで見たくないもういい帰あ
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
はいはいはい。はいはい。
We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready?
もうダメな
When
のかな。
Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the
もう
left.
一回言ってきていい？もう一回だけ言ってきていい？しまーす。
We're back at the phone already? No.
もうダメだ。これ以上はもう何もない。
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the
右に
door
行っても
on
意
the
味ないの
left.
ね。はいはい、わかった。はいはい。
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to
めん
the
どくせえ
phone.
な。
Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes.
What
Well,
the?
let me say that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with buckets and the whole point of this. I
でもって、スタンリーに学んでんじゃん、こいつ。
More instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
狂っちゃった。
Let's see.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
これで終わりなのか。
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
マジ？あれ、バケツと一緒にさ、脱出ってしたっけ？さあ、わかんない。わかんない。あれ、バケツ持ってさ、外で出たっけ？出てないよね。ちょっと行ってみるか。
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms
あ
again,
ー、なるほどね。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
ちょっとそこだけ見ようか。バケツ持って、これ。Awake out, find them. あ
見逃してそんなところありそうだけど。
ね、まだありそうだけど。ああ、そうだ。で、バケツがうんぬんかんぬんで。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
まだちょっと多分あると思うから。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotion, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
ああ、いや、でも言うてじゃね、言うて選んでたところでじゃね。
This is certainly the most logical
選
explanation.
んでたところでじゃね。多分あんまそんな変わらんべや。変わらんべやっていうか、まあ滑稽な姿を見せてくれないことには変わりはないんじゃないかな。まあ一回とりあえずちょっともう時間が結構あれなんで、あと爆発と最後
Stanley
生
and the
還す
bucket
るエン
walked
ドだけ
straight
で
ahead through the
終わり
large
にしま
door
しょう
that
か。
read Mind Control Facility.
てか何気にバケツ持ったままこっち来たっけ。よいしょ。
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
バケツはそう思いました。すごいな。もうこいつこのナレーションがなかったら確かにダサくだね。
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in
ショ
shock.
ックでバケツ落として、
Everyone
落と
in
せ
the
落とせ
office
そん
was
なも
being
ん。
videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything
バ
like
ケ
this,
ツはこん
and
な
it
こと
very
初め
nearly
てで。
burst into tears as
初めて
Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
育んでんじゃねえよ、バケツと愛を。
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do
バケ
things
ツ
it
もまた
didn't
マイン
wish
ド
to
コントロー
do?
ルの。
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do?
わかるわけねえだろうな、も
These questions raced furiously
う。
in
弱々しい
Stanley's
頭の中を。スタンリーのことバカディスるやん、こいつ。
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
友達いないんか。さてと。
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way. And the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
バケツこいつ。まあ、一回爆発させるべ。
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
バケツが先般じゃねえか、じゃ
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
バケツ黒
Not that
幕
the
は
bucket had betrayed him like this. Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
おう。あ
Birds. Silly. Silly
もぬけの鳥たち。
The control buttons became active again.
えあ、なにこれあ。
バケツと一緒にいると爆発から助かるとかあるんかな。いろいろ気にな
Stanley
ることが
flipped
多
through
すぎる
one video of silly birds after another.
あ、口
and
悪
it
くない
dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
こいつこいつあれあれあえあれあれ夢だったのか。
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
何だったんだ今の。
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled.
何だったんだ
He'd
今
never
の。
be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
じゃあまあ
and entered the door on his left.
助かったな。助かったな。へえ。まあ一旦とりあえずじゃあもう最後生還エンドだけ見て終わりにしましょうか。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
でバケツ持ってると毎回ここあれなんだ。自分で開けなきゃいけないんだ。
Stanley
だ
was
る。
once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
本当に助かっ
Was
ちゃ
the
ったよ。
bucket
てっ
guiding
きり
him?
バケツと一緒になん
This is
か
certainly the most
謎を
logical
解くんかと思った
explanation.
らそんなこともなくあっさり終わりやがった。あっさり終わりやがった。間抜けな鳥たちの映像をご覧くださいって。こいつ鳥に恨みでもあんのかな。
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
いやでもあれだな。こじつけが過ぎるな。
On an enormous room packed with
こじつけが過ぎる
television
な。
screens.
本当は鳥を監視する施設だったの
What
で
horrible
す。
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to
こじつけ
themselves.
が過ぎるな。おかしいだろ。なんでじゃあマインドコントロールするのをさあれにしたんだよ。
Monitors jumped to
フ
life,
ェイクにして
and
んだよ。
Stanley
意
nearly
味わか
dropped
ん
the
ね
bucket in
その
shock.
話らしいもなかったと思う。
Everyone
え。
in the
ね、ただ
office
ただ
was
なんか
being
ちょっと、ね、
videotaped,
自由奔放
monitored
に
like
生
guinea
きている
pigs.
鳥たちの映像
The
が映
bucket
され
had
ている
never
だけっ
seen
ていう。
anything like this, and it
むしろ
very nearly
そのままで
burst
いいだろ。
into
なんで
tears.
マインドコントロールとかでさ、
Reassuring
全
it
然
that
警察が来てもおかしくないようなさ、逆にカムフラージュにした方がさ、疑われるのな
Was
ん
the
だ。意味わ
bucket
かん
under
な
the
いんだけ
mind control facility's influence
ど。うる
as
せえよ、
well?
おめえさっき
Had
か
the
ら。
bucket been told to
なんか
do
バケツ
things
だ。
it
ふざけや
didn't
がっ
wish
て
to do?
バカが。
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
あるわけねえだろ
These
な。
questions raised furiously in Stanley's feeble
バケツに意志があるわけねえだろ、バカが。
No! He screamed into the
No!
bucket.
じゃねえ
He
よ、バカ
couldn't
が。
accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
いやでも妻がいるって言ってたじゃないか。いいしょ。
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. As the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would
結構要
never
素
again
を回
exert
収しちゃ
its
ったか
terrible
ら
power over
まあ
another
まあまあ
human
まあ
life. For he and the
今回の
bucket
ところは
would
というか私
dismantle
の
the
ね
controls for
ス
good.
タンリー
Two
ザ・ス
best
タンリー
friends, Stanley
パラ
and
バ
the
リだっけ
bucket, up a
ちょっと待ってザ・スタンリー・パラブルはねこのエンディングを見て終わりにしましょう
They
か。
high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
さあシステムをオフにした。
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
た
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller
ロ
skate.
ーラースケート
Stanley
が
wanted to sneeze in every country on earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in
終わり
reverse
から
from the
逆に見
end.
たい。
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived
素
together
朴か
with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and
あれ
what? Wait, what was happening?
あれ
Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
おや
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty.
おや
Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible
戻る
calm
か
presence of the
ー
bucket,
い
needed the soothing warmth of the
お
bucket.
い
To any lengths not to
お
part.
い 戻
Stanley
る
can't
か
leave
い
this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his
Oi.
arms. Not while this
Zack.
building has anything to say
No.
about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out. おかしいやろがいはい、というわけで、まあ、今回という
この
か
施、設がバケツのぬくもりを必要としているわけさ。わら。
まあ、そうだね。まあ、福霊ユークのザ・スタンリー・パラブルは、この辺で終わりにいたしましょうか。いや
もうお腹痛い。わら。
いかれてるまあちょっとね、ちょっと果てが見えなさすぎて、でかつもうエンドロールも流れてるから、正直こっから先はもうなんか、じゃないって気はするんで、まあ、この辺で終わりにいたしましょうか。まあね、結構いろんな方もね、実況されてますしね。はい。まあ何かね、本当に気になる要素、まあね、まだまだ気になる要素、まああると思いますけれども、ぜひそういう方々はね、まあそういう動画を出している方の方に言っていただければなと思っております。はい。ねえ、いやでも、面白かったわ。いや、いいね、こういう単発ゲームをさ、やるっていうのも。ねえ。いや、非常に楽しかったわ、マジで。はい、というわけでね、まあ今日はというか、まあ今回の配信はこれで終わるんですけどもね、いや、てか何時間やったよ、これ。結構やったべ。4時間もやってるよ。ねえ。いやー、でも楽しかったわ、ほんと。そうだね、アーカイブぜひ見てほしい。そう。このゲームはね、そう、結構いろんな伏線というかね、そう、いろいろ収集要素があるがゆえに、そうやっぱね、結構初めから見るのが結構いいんじゃないかなっていう感じでございましてね、まあぜひぜひ、最初から見れてないよって方は、最初から見るのをおすすめいたします。はい。ねえ。はい。で、まあそうだね、まあ今日はというか、今回はこの辺で終わるんですけれども、今日かな今日だね。日付変わってるからね、今日だね。まあ今日の、まあ、予定の方、まあ先に言うとですね、まあお昼過ぎから、ソードアートオンラインインテグラルファクターのね、メインクエスト攻略の方をやっていこうかなって感じでございましてね。はい。で、まあ、夜は APEX の方やっていこうかなと、はい、思っております。はい。いやね、面白かったね、本当に。ね、いや、おすすめしてくれてありがとうね、本当に。まあ、まだね、ちょっとね、単発ゲーがあと、1作かな。単発ゲーがですね、あとね、1作残ってるんだよね。そう、1作残ってるんだよね。そうだからそれをね、来週やろうかな。来週の土曜日の夜にでもやろうかな、なんて思っておりますのでね。まあ、よかったらそちらの方もね、まあ、お楽しみに待っていただければなと思っております。はい。 あ、違う。来週ダメだ。そうだ。来週の土曜日はあれだ。そうだ。カスタムがあるからダメだ。来週の土曜できないや。どうしよっかな。いつやろうかな、このゲーム。そうなんだよね。そう、来週、そっか。来週、そっか、カスタムだ。夜。どうしようかな。どのタイミングでやろう。再来週はね、ラスリコが、発売されるけど、まあ、俺は、まあ、いろいろとね、あるから、ちょっとやるかどうか怪しいけど。そうだね、某鹿のゲームです。そう。どうしよっかな。そうだね。まあ、もう一つの単発ゲーはね、ちょっと、また、決めようかなと思っております。はい。ねえ。まあ、そうだね。まあ、何はともあれ、今日のお昼過ぎは、インテグラルファクター、夜に APEX って感じでやっていきますのでね、まあ、よかったらまたね、見に来ていただければなと思っております。そしてね、まあ、来週のね、土曜日の夜に行われます、APEX カスタムの方、ぜひぜひね、応援のほど、よろしくお願いいたしますというわけでございまして、いやー、4時間とね、長丁場でございましたけど、本当にありがとうございました。まあ、よかったらね、最後にチャンネル登録、高評価、X、リアリティ、ミルダム等のフォロー、ぜひぜひよろしくお願いいたします。それではまた皆さんお会いしましょう。おつゆく、良い夜おやすみなさい。またね、バイバイ。じゃあね、おやすみ。バイチャ。